Здравствуйте, ютубуньте, здравствуйте. Твичулите, всем здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Все, капец. Язык ушел погулять. Обожаю. Здравствуйте. Всем здравствуйте. Так, где я, где вы? Здравствуйте. Я сегодня такая, знаете, немножко... Свет на меня немножко такой падает, такой таинственный свет. Немножечко так, совсем чуть-чуть. Угу. Вот. Вчера играл в выживалку на поезде, оказывается, очень затягивает. Выживалка на поезде. Это которая? Я примерно понимаю вроде бы о чем-то, но все равно лучше название напишу. Эо, здравствуй, Никита, здравствуй, Дэйв, здравствуй, Евгений, здравствуй, Пол, здравствуй, Маньяк, здравствуй, Вир, здравствуй, Необезличенный, здравствуй, Пол, здравствуй, Виталия, здравствуй, Зира, здравствуй. Вот, сегодня у нас Эркюй Пуаро, вот, хочу допройти, может быть сегодня, может быть еще один стрим будет, вот, но как бы надо допройти. Мне неудобно сидеть на самом деле, во-первых, потому что мне надо сделать вот так. Новая какая, господи. Видимо, хреново она трубится в утюгах или утюгами, потому что я не знаю. He the survival 3. Опа! Иди сюда, моя пампушечка. Опа! Садись, мой маленький пердулик. Оп-оп. Вот так вот. Опа! Все, ты сел? Ты моя пусечка. Ты моя пусечка. Ути-пути, мой мальчик. Ути-пути. У меня тут котов целый этот. У меня тут закатывается. Боже, с нее, с этого платья так сыпятся эти блестки. Сыпятся блестки. Сыпятся блестки с платья. Да, блестки сыпятся, а ты меня потисы, потисы. О, да, потисы меня, потисы. У меня вот здесь вот мужчина. Вот там мужчина. Вот тут женщина сидит. Такая прикимарила маленечко. И на ручках у меня лялечка. Очень нежно, очень радостно. Так, и что, ты мне не будешь давать, да, это облокачиваться? Я понял. Прикольно. Прикольно. Лохматая звезда, короче. Она взяла... А, ты облокачивалась об эту штуку, ну извини. Лохматая звезда, короче, села, закрыла мне кнопки мои. Теперь мне придется все мышкой делать. Опань. Спасибо большое. Жопой сели, все повключали. Класс. Так, это вот так. А где камера? Здравствуйте. А чё я... Не понял. А это как? Это как так? Чат, я не встану уже, чтобы поправить это все. Видите, какое дебильное расстояние? Что у меня тут все перекрутилось? Пока что только для старых пердунов, экшона пока не завезли, я понял. Да я не меньше стала. Это я... Кресло вниз опустилось, хотя я только что его подняла. Давайте я вот так вот сделаю. Хотя не, подожди, вроде меньше даже стало. Короче. Ну, вроде нормально, да? Все. Слушай, у тебя там лапы сзади. Или это что это? Или это платье мне дали? Ой. Динго, здравствуй. Никита, здравствуй. Снеговик, здравствуй. Одиночка, здравствуй. Это коты с камерой боксировали. Это походу, слушай, походу, да. У меня чуть ниже было, но они, видать, мне ее туда, назад. Ой. Боже, еще у меня волосятки. Подождите. Мне нужна... Мне нужен зажим. Зажим. Сейчас. А то все растрепыхается. Оп. О, все. Готово. Полетели. Так. Вася. Вася. Василиса. Так, а что у нас тут? Угу, мы там закончили, короче, расследовать похищение девочки. А сейчас что у нас? Окей. Так, это у нас вот это. Это вот это. Вот это, вот это. А, вагон-ресторан. Угу, все, я вспомнил. У Васи норм носик? В смысле? А. Вадим, здравствуй. Настроение обычное. Я прикольнусь, если сейчас будет концовка. Прикинь. Это будет смешно. Весьма. Константинович! Здравствуй!
I hope we will be leaving soon.
Угу. Что, матрешка? Мать, ты что там прячешь? Вискарь? Так, чат, ставь плюсик, если бы засосался с этим сексуальным мужчиной. Посмотри, какие у него усы. Ну ты глянь, а? Нет, не ему, Никита. Паровоз еще не откопали. Не понял. Не понял.
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
Опа, пришли. Смотри, какой мужчина, а?
The passengers who agreed to come and talk to you are assembled. Well, Mr. Masterman is already here to answer your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. Sit down, Mr.
Thank you.
Masterman, please.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Down.
Does the name Cassetti mean anything to you?
No. Should
Down.
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
it? Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
Your employer's real name is Cassetti.
Васенька, ты на прикольчике, зайка, тебе ж неудобно. Манюня. Давай я хотя бы сдвину клавиатуру. Вот у них мода на клавиатуре спать. Давай. Уже как верблюд уснула, прикиньте. Закусительницу? Нет.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real
Вася!
Damn skunk.
Why are you
Ты
so
такая
upset?
лохматая.
My father was the district attorney who handled the case, Mr. Poirot. I saw Mrs. Armstrong more than once. She was a lovely woman, so gentle and heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man. He didn't deserve
Джонни,
to
здорово.
live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in Spain, where I have been helping the refugees from Africa.
You've never heard the name Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
Daisy Armstrong? No.
No.
No. No.
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A horrific crime that claimed the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, yes, of course.
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
You read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right.
Это
For weeks, news of the
романтический
royal family
свет.
was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States, mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
What is your relationship to Captain Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former soldier
В смысле,
traveling
конец
with
реально
us.
близко?
You
Насколько
must have met.
близко? Мне
Ah,
надо
yes, I met him on the
подготовиться.
platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries,
Васенька, ну
nothing
какая ты
more.
лохматая,
British
боже.
Reserve and all that.
Ah,
Вася,
the
может тебе
British
пузо
Reserve.
побрить?
Yes,
Чтоб тебе легче
with
было
this I am
чесаться.
familiar.
Мы пересеклись на станции Стамбул. Мы почти not speaking. Я не люблю вот это лялякать с незнакомцами. Я преподавала английский.
She may be telling the truth, but I cannot be certain.
Да ну, Василиса, ну ёб твою мать. Вася, давай жопой не будем вот это делать, а? В рот те ноги. Васька, ну неудобно же. Ну ты такая звезда, конечно. Ты звезда, конечно, еще там. Что такое? Какая ты лохматая. Васька, Васька, Васька. Какая ты, Василиса, сосиджевна! На меня рыкаешь, ты шо? Вообще? На тебе рыбу. На тебе рыбеху. Вот так вот. Тык-тык-тык-тык-тык-тык-тык. Тык-тык-тык-тык-тык-тык-тык. Василиска Сосиджевна Енотовна Чунямуневна. Вот это она. Она очень пушистая, при этом очень маленькая. Недовольна, видите? Ну все, ну все, ну все, ну все, ну все, все, давай. Давай хотя бы как-то, ну, я тебе отодвину вот так, а ты вот тут расположишься. Вот здесь. Не, ну ты... Ну иди на... Сама разберешься, короче. Вообще уже ни стыда, ни совести.
That does not prove she's lying. Are you sure everything you have told me is accurate, Mademoiselle Debenham?
Of course.
Of course.
Mademoiselle, I know that you
Je
met
m'appelle.
Captain Arbuthnot at the Tokatlian Hotel.
You were spying on me.
I am very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my profession.
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance in recovering Captain Arbuthnot's train ticket. While searching his room, I also discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has anything to do with British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
I can't.
Mademoiselle.
I don't know what you mean.
Poirot, Miss Debenham's got nothing to do with this business. Nothing. Do you hear?
Archie, stop.
Вы видели?
No, this behavior
Максим,
is
здравствуй.
unworthy of an officer and a gentleman.
Leave
Ну это
her
вообще.
alone. Have you no honor?
Archie, we should go.
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier. But you are a poor actor. The truth is that your relationship with Miss Debenham is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loves. I might understand that if your relationship was some cleverly disguised secret, but it is not. You make
Он
puppy
борзый,
dog
похож
eyes at
на
one
ГГ
another
из
at
GTA
every
4.
opportunity.
Нико
You
Беллик!
cannot hide your love. Everybody knows.
I advise you to
Ну, кстати,
stop
да.
with your accusations, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of that what you will.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their
Здравствуй.
relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so obvious.
This murder has
Пузанчиком
everyone on edge.
Пуаро.
In my 25-year
Дэвид
career,
Суше,
I have
по-моему,
never
если не
seen such
ошибаюсь.
madness aboard the Orient
Эти
Express.
усики.
I understand, my friend. The more we learn,
Если вы
the more
хотите-
perplexing this train ride becomes. But
Train
we have
ride.
other clues to pursue.
Вот так вот, как будто,
The
блин.
broken watch on Monsieur
Broken
Ratchet's
watch.
wrist, for example, and the handkerchief found near the body. Who does that belong to?
Found
This little drama we
body
just
шмади.
Has not put you off
Короче, у
the
меня есть еще одна
Far
игра,
from it,
которую
my
можно
friend.
постримить про
Will you return to your watch
Про
over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I will.
Эркюля Пуаро.
Constantine can probably use a break.
Там такой
Good.
классический
Au
квест.
revoir, Poirot.
Квест. Там мышкой надо кликать. Клик-клик, клик-клик. Клик-клик-клик-клик. Самые часы стрелки остановились на 1:15. Ха! Ща за спидраним эту темочку. Ща мы это все сделаем. Чего? Какая буква вышита? Ну, буква Эш. Вы серьезно? Вот это вся загадка?
Grey cells did not let me down.
Маленькие серые клеточки. Аш. Главное, Аш. Арчибальд, Мэри, Константин, Наталья Драгомирова, Жан Фошер, Сайрус Хардман, Хильдегард. О, а мы с этой не разговаривали. Не понял. Грета. Хатару. Ха! Керолайн Хаббард. Слушай, а может это Хаббард, типа бабуля, короче, решила отомстить этому гаду? А, типа надо буковки, я понял. Грета. Раз, два, три. А кто четвертый? Мэри, Наталь. Да нет. Ах, нет.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
Да в смысле? Ну буква H. Алло.
No,
Да вы что,
not
рофлите?
good.
А кто? Я что, слепая?
I do not think that's the right answer. Think, Poirot.
Да
That
в
is not a good
смысле?
answer.
Ты чё, вот этот что ли?
I must admit, I'm
Нет.
not right this time.
Кому может... Фу, ёб твою мать. В смысле? А почему он?
That's the right answer.
Как прошел мой день? Ой, это такое. Я не выспалась, пришлось встать рано. Короче, такое себе. У меня куда-то уползают платья. Ай, неудобно. Вот. Рано встать пришлось. Короче, ну такое. Вот что это? Это как вообще? Тут должно так красивенько быть, а оно куда-то уползает. Боже, я вся в этих блестках. Фу. Ах. Опять? В смысле? В смысле опять? Так где? А, вот. Какие 3 версии о часах Рэтчета можно предположить? Часы показывают время, когда Рэтчета нашли мертвым. Убийца перевел стрелки часов. Так, часы показывают время, когда Рэтчет...
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Let me consider all the possibilities.
Да я понял.
No, not good. Let me consider all the possibilities.
У доктора Константин.
Yes, there are only 3 possible hypotheses. The watch has been tampered with, or it is out of adjustment, or it indicates the time of the murder. I shall explore these last 2 possibilities before reaching any conclusion. If the watch is out of adjustment, it may be broken. There may also be another reason.
Another reasons. Ratchet, что-то там. Another times. Ёб твою мать. Были ли часы неисправны до того, как стекло разбили? Какая деталь указана, что часы исправны до того, как это мне? В смысле?
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
Чё ты, ёб твою мать.
I do not think that's the right answer. This is
Да
wrong,
ты рофлишь, все
but
перетыкала.
I'm never far from the... I must admit... This is wrong, but I'm never... The watch was not defective because the second hand is still moving. That was easy.
Говорит, может вам перед сном пользоваться ящиком Пандор? Это что за еще ящичек такой? Я поняла, это таблетница, походу, да, какая-то, типа таблетки. Вася, ты, конечно, звезда еще та. Если не Ха!
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Not let me down. О май гад. В каком часовом поясе находится Стамбул?
Fantastic.
Видите, какая я умная. Боже, ребенок уснул. Ты что такой сладенький? Ты что такой... Вот так ложись. Вот так. Клади головёзку.
Nice.
Nice.
If this theory is correct, then the murder took place at 12:15
Часовые пояса,
a.m.
чат.
Interrogate all the passengers to see if any of them have an alibi for this hour.
Та ёб туди. Удобняк! Лютый. Лютый удобняк. Видите? По кайфу чисто. Ага. Ага. Так. О. Ну и с кем бук? Ну, наверное, с мужчиной вот этим. Вау, боже, какая я умная. Офигеть, вы видали? Просто невозможно. Так, короче, нет у бабки алиби. Все, короче, сейчас пойдем и кабину разносить. Сейчас мы пойдем и вот так вот скажем, типа, эй, слышь ты, бабка. Багажный вагон. Ой, это прямо вот это лег такой славный. Чаповах у бабки. Ну да. Это с своей матрешкой. Слушайте, я сегодня была в магазине. У меня подмывало купить киндер. Я посмотрела на эту цену и такая, нет, что-то киндер я не хочу. Hello.
Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to a simple question or two.
All right, but quickly. My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise.
Хорсайд.
First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Так это не
Your full
мне
name?
ящик Пандоры, это он,
Адрени.
Your
Виталий.
home is...
Budapest.
And
Будапест.
How do you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian.
В смысле,
diplomat.
что за
My
чел?
family
В
has
начале игры
represented
он
our
там с
homeland
женой
since
был
the revolution from the
на
Soviet
перроне.
Union in 1956. I
Эти
was on my
дорогие, а ты
country's
еще
business
шоколад
in
не захотел.
Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your
У меня десяток
diplomatic
яиц
missions?
стоит столько,
Yes,
сколько
why
одно
not?
вот это шоколадное киндер.
Was there
Прикиньте.
anything else you wanted to know?
Первый раз ничего не знаю. Это Виталий, это ты. Так, он кто у нас? Будапест. Будапест. Это Венгрия, по-моему. А кто он? Дипломат? Боже, такая умная вообще. Я ни хрена не прочитала. Мельком что-то там где-то увидела.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
Can you tell me how you spent last
Вася.
night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She took a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
It was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for
Вася!
your time.
Ну, куда?
Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
Good luck with investigation. Thank you.
The good count does not
Very
appear
much.
to want me to talk to his wife.
Туток, вот это ля-ля, his wife. Опа, тетя. Ну чё, кого? Давай, рассказывай.
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you
Madame.
a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help.
Платок с
Have
вышивкой.
you misplaced a handkerchief
Платок.
recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We
Мать, да ты
found
вообще
the
ни хера не
handkerchief
припоминаешь,
embroidered
ёб
with the
твою
letter
мать.
H, so I thought it might
Склеротичка.
have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt.
Соль с
Princess
сахаром не
Dragomira,
путает хоть?
lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility.
Possibility.
Anyone could be lying, of course. I thank you, madame.
Thank you, мадам. Thank you. Хуенькю. Вот-вот. Так. Сейчас я ко всем, да, это самое, ну вы поняли, да? Хобана. А, это моя ж комната. Тьфу ты, ёб твою мать. Хобана. Опа. Здрасте, ёпта.
Hello.
Ой, какая-то у тебя рожа, короче,
Hello,
криминальная.
Monsieur
Что-то мне не
Hartman,
нравится.
I believe.
Такая,
You
знаете,
heard
это
of the
хитрожопая.
murder?
Cyrus Hartman. Yes. And the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
Блин, я
do not
прочитала
seem
не
very
поезду, а
concerned
другое
about it,
слово.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Игрушки.
Toy salesman
Какие он
is
игрушки
recovered.
продает?
I'm a private
Что,
detective,
усов нет?
just like you,
Возможно,
from the
возможно.
U.S.
Что он там делает? А кто он? Ладно, будет американцем у нас, короче. 30? Мне кажется, ему 55. Продавец игрушек.
I do not think that
Fuck you
right.
shit, мазафака.
Think, Poirot.
В смысле? А кто ты? Ну, ты не англичанин, у тебя акцент не тот. Ты что, рофлишь? Неужели Ля Франц?
I must admit,
Блин, все, эта загадка будет не разгадана.
this is wrong.
Бля, ребятки,
But
кто
I'm
он?
never far from the truth.
Кажется, это штрих любит проход промеж. Ребята, кто он? American... Фак.
Not good.
American Man? Можете 21, ты просто...
I must admit, I'm not right
А
this
уши
time.
английские. Яха. Ну давай, ладно, англичанин, 30.
Think, Poirot.
Fuck you!
I do
Да
not
в смысле?
think that's the right answer.
Какого? Кто ты? Хорошо. Наверное, он американец, ему 55 лет.
No.
Да в смысле?
Not good.
В смысле он частный детектив? Он же сказал, что продавец игрушек. Ему 55? Ёб твою
That was
мать.
easy.
А сколько IQ? Ой, Гоша, не надо. Не надо. Ой, ты такой сладкий. Ты такой сладкий. Как можно быть таким сладким? Ой, такой сладкий. Ой.
I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just
Детектив,
finished a
он
job
здесь
in
трейн.
Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me. to
From
protect me.
Ratchet.
Something you failed to do.
I'm not happy about that.
Как они
He
так
received some
разговаривают?
threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back.
Ой, ну тебе
Yeah,
неудобно,
something I
писюлечка.
failed to
Такая
do. But he seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone
Ну
on this
да,
train
неплохо для
confirm
55.
your
А ты потому что
identity?
худой.
Yeah, that McQueen kid, Ratchet's secretary.
Алибион.
Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michelle, he was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call from Ratchet's room. Then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
Monsieur Hardman, have you heard of the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Конечно, сопит у меня на коленях котенок.
Do you have any idea?
У меня на
who was
коленях
behind
самый
the
сильный
threatening
мужчина.
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
Oh, thank you for your help. Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that?
Гоша, пупсик, а мне надо руку убрать. А тебе неудобно сейчас будет. Давай вот так вот. Давай вот так вот. Все.
Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Hardman.
Listen, Poirot,
Ардман.
I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make it right.
меня тут сапелка моя, сапелка. Опа. Тук-тук-тук. А ну открывай!
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need
А,
to
это
speak to me.
походу герцогиня или кто она там?
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few
Ну,
mysteries.
что ты
Окей.
такой?
I stay here to watch this young lady.
Янг леди. Ну, присмотри за Зисли. Ёпта мать, Янг
I
леди.
hope your investigation is going well,
А,
Mr.
я вся
Poirot.
такая духотворенная, такая умиротворенная. Вот просто вот как-то вот так. Что это? This is book. Джек Лондон.
Ah, Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
Thank you. I won't bother you anymore.
Ну, любой же может сказать, что я не пользуюсь тем-то, или я вообще паровоз. Условно говоря. Но это ж не значит, что это будет правда. Правильно? О, чуть к тете не пристроилась. Ох, это Теркюль. Блин, музыка такая, сейчас усну. И так спать хочу. Чё? А, чё? Почему я не двигаюсь? А, все, двигаюсь. Чё, чат? Какую бы вы игру хотели завтра? Я тебя не иметь, а спрашивать собираюсь, не готова. Lounge musique.
Enchanté, mademoiselle.
Enchanté.
You are Hildegard Schmidt?
I am Erfol. And you, I know,
О,
are Herr
какая
Poirot.
ты,
Good.
волевой подбородок
May I
имеешь
ask you
ты,
for a
вот.
few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?
With pleasure, but first may I ask for your help?
Oh, why does this not surprise me?
I don't know.
I am at your service, Frau.
Проходил бы с вибратором,
Принцесс Драгомира
типа спрашивал бы,
has asked
чье
me to
это,
open
да?
this
А
traditional
потом бы оказалось, что это вот
matryoshka
это
doll. There is a trinket inside
матрешка
some
doll.
Madam, in my experience, each Russian nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed.
Матрешка doll.
As you wish.
You are a gentleman.
Из чего-то нового? Ну, ты можешь предложить? Открыть матрешку doll? О боже, матрешку doll сейчас буду открывать. О май гад. О, матрешка. Матрешка doll. Ну, надо первый сначала свой открыть. Не понял. А, повернуть. Не понял. Ты чё, собака? Ты ёп... Ты пша... Чё? А чё ты? А чё ты не поворачиваешься-то? Алло. Мачёшка, доль, ёб твою мать! Вот тахелись голи, ну... А что ты хочешь от меня? Ну, её ж типа вот так, чпок-чпок. Это ж классик мачёшка, доль. Ой, бляха. Не понял. А, X. Охереть, а почему здесь не написано к X? Не понял, не понял, не понял. Если карта потянет новую. Матрешка доль. Доль, а не дон. Доль. Ну, это и так понятно, что типа надо сложить рисуночек. Почему не складывается? Повернуть. Бляха, потому что вот этот стик надо было поворачивать. Все тыкало, кроме вот этого стика. Ёб твою мать. Матрешка доль. Так, листик. Не понял. Василисины волосня. Мачёшка, доль. Бляха, мачёшка. О, красивенько. О май год. Next, мачёшка, доль. Так, а чё, тут все нормально. Так, а чё, тут все нормалек. Ну и как понять? Бляха, сложно. Это мачёшка, доль. Может, надо все одинаковые выставить? Ну, красиво, душевно. Что не нравится? Еб твою мать. Говорит, киндалка. Долбаная мачёшка, дол. Вот розовый, оранжевый, сиреневый, голубой. Так, розовый. Ну, алло. Розовый, оранжевый, сиреневый и blue. О боже, мачёшка. Это что-то реально, это какая-то неправильная матрёшка. Отвечу, бус. Ой, ее крутить можно. О, а мы сейчас по жопке выставим, прикинь. А, хер мы чё. Ой, бляха. Та она... Ой. Ой-ё! Родион, здравствуй. Дмитрий, здравствуй. Bloody spell. Bloody spell, bloody spell. Да не, ну чё, ну мачёшка дола, она же так, чпок, 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 все. Готово. А не вот это, крути, 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 крути. Так, а мне непонятно только... А какое первое это должно быть? Розовое? Ага. Ну, походу, розовое. А, тут все розовое, походу, должно быть. Ох, это мачёшка, дол. О. Вася, я ни хера не вижу, зайка. Ты в курсе? Вау! Матрёшка дол! Используем электровобзик. А это что? Опа, моей дрожайшей подруге.
The inscription reads, "To my dearest friend."
Ah, thank you very much.
Lost
This
poet.
doll reminds her of her youth in Russia. It was very hard under the Soviet regime, but thanks to her strength of will, she rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a formidable woman indeed. You are her maid?
I am her companion. I help her in her daily tasks, and I keep her company.
Ah, forgive me. You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already
А
asleep.
княгиня это разве
A
принцесс?
little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
О, массаж, целый час она и
I'm
делала
sorry, I do not
массаж. Можно мне такую компаньонку? Тоже хочу массаж
Have
целый
you
час.
lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies, I did not mean to alarm you. Thank you for answering my question, madame.
Thank you. Thank you. Ля, на нас... Боже, посмотри. Ради одной маленькой писюлечки вот это вот мы такое вот это все выделывали. Ну, юптудей. Так, а мы шли вот так, по-моему, да? Или мы шли вот... А, нет, мы шли вот так. Блин, ребят, я заблудилась. Я не помню, куда мы шли. А, нет, все правильно. А, ни хера неправильно. А, подожди, нет, все правильно. А, нет, неправильно. Или правильно?
Monsieur Foscarelli,
А,
I would
неправильно.
like to ask you a few questions, if you allow me.
Ah, signore, Poirot, is it?
Signore, pizza, parmigiana,
Unfortunately,
pizza.
you find me on a mission of mercy.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry, we have a small problem. The orange juice
Oh,
has broken down and
orange,
I can't fix it.
orange.
Mr. Foscarelli has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't the car engine, but I am doing my best.
Even with the two of us, we can't manage.
Let me guess. You call upon Poirot to help.
I'd be happy to answer
О,
your
боже.
questions when we
Поставить
finish.
шестереночки надо сейчас будет. Забомутила мужика. Правильно, неправильно, чуть усы не закружились-то вообще. Ребятки, я сейчас усну. I wanna to go to sleep. Do you understanding? Вот это talking about for you, my dear friend. Веша говорит, смысл самозащищенного конец игры. Перепиши слова. Какие? Говорит, как счет компаньона? Это же его кормить надо. Так, хорошо. Сейчас пихнем. Нет, вот сюда давай. Смотри, как получается. Что, нет, не пихается? А, подожди, так эта дебилушка неправильно в принципе тут что-то всунул? Или правильно? Да неправильно. Стоять. Подожди, а что за бред? О, бля. Я понял. Весело. А это как? А как пропихнуть? А как там пропихнуть? Ребятки, а как пропихнуть? А как-то пропихнуть надо. А может надо ставить маленькую? Во как. Хитрожопинг. А как я сюда впихну? Я не понял. Ты чё рофлишь? Так там же не достает. А, я понял. Вот это надо. Оп. Смотри. Оба-на. Видали? Заработала. Опа. Сейчас мы пихнем вот эту. Хобана! На широкую, на широкую. Сейчас, извините, надо выпустить. О! О! Неплохо, да. Вполне, вполне. Иди на свою ватрушечку. Ой, какой ты царевич! Фух. Ой. О, сейчас, подожди, пока. Не это. Оп. Опа. Алексей, кстати, здравствуйте, Алексей. Что-то как-то непонятно.
Bravo!
Bravo!
I should stick to automobiles.
Well, now we can
Automobiles!
talk calmly. Monsieur Foscarelli, is it?
Antonio Foscarelli, delighted, Monsieur Poirot.
You have, of course,
Джонни,
heard about
вот давай ты
Ratchet's
будешь
murder last
оттопыривать
night.
попку.
Oh, naturally. It is all anyone is talking about.
Have you ever been to the United States?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The name, yes. It was a little girl, a baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the kidnapper, was actually Ratchet?
Oh, no, then he deserved to die. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
I went to bed right after dinner, but I slept very badly. My roommate, Mr. Masterman, had a toothache. Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you hear anything or notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, Signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Poirot. I can put orange juice back on the menu.
Беспомощный какой-то пиздюк. Ха! Блин, я не туда пошла опять. Во-первых, какие, блин? Чё ты пишешь? Я вообще не выкупаю, что ты пишешь. Вкус макарон горит во рту. А я бы пиццы захавала.
I'm sorry, sir, but I must concentrate on my baking.
Ой, бля. Hello.
Sorry to bother you,
Музыка
Monsieur
прям
Mori.
пипец.
I have a question to ask you.
Please make it quick. I have a meal to prepare.
This handkerchief embroidered with an H, is it yours?
No, I've never seen it before.
Thank you. That is all I wanted to know.
I hope your investigation won't interfere with
Спокойной ночи,
today's
Джонни.
menu.
И чё оно мне предлагает? О май гад. С графиней надо поговорить. Так, короче, чат, если я вдруг вот так вот отрубейшн, то как бы, ну, сорян. Да чё? Алло. О. Ой, извините.
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
You are very protective of your wife, Count Andrény.
Does that surprise you? Her vertigo can be very dangerous.
I believe there are many
Дизонора,
kinds
ну,
of
пока
vertigo.
нету.
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk to a doctor, not a detective. If you'd excuse me.
В смысле, долгая, обычная. Ну вот. Ух, ёпта. Нет, не то. Ага. Кофейные клизмы.
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come.
В смысле камбек лейтер? Ты чё, охерела, тетя? И куда мне? Опять. О.
Monsieur,
My help?
you are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrény.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No, I fear marriage is not for me. But her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering a bout of vertigo. You understand? The room spins.
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well, I will find him. Thank you very
Ха-ха-ха. Какие мы хитрожопинги просто.
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize for exploiting that fact. But the situation is urgent, and I need to ask you a few questions.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile family heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy 2 years ago. I keep myself busy handling his scheduling, travel, appointments.
Ah, what is the saying? Behind every great man there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected. Think, Poirot, that
21 год ей.
little grey cell did not let me down.
Чё, поезд стоит? За снегом завалило.
A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena, with an E.
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't, because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a sleeping pill, and that did the trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see. Come now, Countess. You are not telling me the truth.
Why do you say that?
The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow.
Только
There was
должна
no
графиня.
shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know, you're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
How dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
That was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked. I can now inspect this room in peace.
Купе, боже, кюль, ты такой писюн, конечно. Не возьмусь, не просто.
These must be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last night.
Ой, красивенько. Подушки как будто в целлофановые пакеты обернутые. О, боже. Это... А, это шкатулка. Ой, ёпта.
There seems to be something missing here. It's closed.
Птичка, листик. Лол. Птичка, листик. Это. А в какой последовательности? Ладно, пусть будет. Нет? Ну давай. Обратно тогда. О! Сейчас заведем этот танцпол. Махим здорово. А, не туда. Да ёб твою мать. Бляха. Хобана, видали? Здорово, здорово, Махи. Смотри, яичко. Что? Что?
An engraving written in, I believe, Russian Cyrillic. It looks like a first name.
Наталья. Моим красавицам Хелене и Соне.
For my beautiful young ladies, Helena and Sonia. Helena with an H. It's Countess Andreni with an older girl.
Poirot! Have you no shame?
Нас раскрыли.
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is not a very helpful emotion for a detective trying to get at the truth.
What are you doing in our compartment?
I am investigating a murder, Count Andreni.
My wife is ill.
My apologies, monsieur, but your wife seemed in perfect
Типа
health
там
when she left
кому-то
the room to
плохо.
find
Мои
you. I do
апологайзы,
apologize,
ёпта.
but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going to challenge me to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
The message in the medallion was addressed to you and Sonia. Sonia Armstrong. Your older sister? The mother of Daisy, the murdered child.
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly.
Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a handkerchief in Monsieur Ratchet's room embroidered with an H, I might suspect you had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth, Poirot.
I hope so. I'll let you rest.
М.
The matter of the H on the handkerchief still needs clearing up. But first I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion.
Чё, мы к бабке идем-то? О. Та Наташа, Наталья. Где она там? Не понял. Ната.
Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the only Russian passenger on the train. In addition, her
Ну, конечно, она ему не
first
дала, у
name
нее же
begins
голова
with an
болит,
H
кружится
in
там.
Cyrillic. That's the right answer.
Так, все, идем к бабке. Ща, ну теперь-то она не отвертится. Говорит, Анастасия, Настя, нежнейшая. Все, дело раскрыто. Да выбивай ей дверь.
I am not prepared to receive anyone.
Да ты
Come
что,
back
рофлишь?
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madame, I know that Sonia Armstrong is your goddaughter.
Come in, please.
Сейчас скажется, что бабулька все сделала, короче, что типа я старая, жизнь прожила, мне похер.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced, yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce some things about her.
85 лет бабке. Такая прогрессивная вся.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Кровин, конечно, пояснешь.
I will first ask you about last night. Will you tell me your movements?
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later I awoke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffer from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45 a.m. to give me a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see.
Блин, я когда сижу и не шевелюсь, я начинаю засыпать. Я такая чисто.
The of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
This handkerchief is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't
Очень сонно,
identify
пипец
the
спать хочу.
handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
Что было доску? Нифига, я
I
уставшая.
must tell you,
Пипец была.
Princess Dragomirov,
Примерно
I
как
have
сейчас.
discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly, but his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Helena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then justice has at last been served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong was killed while you were on board the same train. Second coincidence. Your handkerchief happens to be found at the foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence. One of the stab wounds inflicted on the body was by a left-handed person. You are left-handed. That is a lot of coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or more accomplices. And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your
Заремувся! Заберете свои усы, она сказала.
Привет! 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 Привет!
Хе, прикольно. Не спать пора. Я стараюсь! Фу.
Think, Poirot, that is not...
Да в смысле?
I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth.
Аллилуйя.
That was easy.
Ой. С буком. Кофе или чаи? Ну, естественно. Что за вопрос? К чему вопрос про кофе или чай?
She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their problems before they can help me with mine. I have shifted boxes, helped with hangovers, repaired an orange juicer, unlocked some Russian dolls.
Нет, Никита.
All so my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean out the Orient stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
О,
The embroidered handkerchief
А,
belongs
ребята,
to
надо
Princess
выдержать,
Dragonima.
выдержать.
I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly.
Сергей, здравствуй,
Also,
спасибо.
Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis.
Alibais.
I had
Alibabais.
3 theories concerning the broken watch. It could have been tampered with. It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced that it indicated the time of the crime. 2 women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here. There are 3 women.
3 women.
She seems to be waking up.
Держи, говорит. Держи, держу.
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke. Did you take any medication? Sleeping pills, for example?
No, I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
Опа. Хер знает.
No, not good.
No.
This is
В
wrong.
смысле, нет?
But I've never...
Бабулька тогда.
Think, well,
Нет?
I must
В
admit I'm
смысле
not
нет?
right
А
this
кто?
time. This is wrong. But I've never thought.
Ты шарофлишь.
Think, Poirot.
Что за бред?
Fräulein Schmidt or Monsieur Michel may have drugged the tea that Mademoiselle Locke drank. Fräulein Schmidt or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea. They are really the only 2 people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would very much like you to finish your story.
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use.
О, боже.
Four long years passed without anything new. Every day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything. I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark.
Котлета здорова. Фух.
A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up. Travel. for the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for a vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I? Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case. And then this, Michael Clark, the sarcastic reporter, my prime suspect in the kidnapping, murdered 4 years ago?
Фига. Осень 2018-го, то есть его прибили почти сразу же после этого? Офигеть.
This is Michael Clark? He doesn't look anything like the journalist I interviewed. Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board.
О, капец. Угу. Пакетик какой, а?
Fluffy. Daisy's plush toy.
Fluffy. У меня нет батончика.
So clever. All that evidence and yet no DNA found.
Dark Web, что за чертовщина? В смысле? Ты чё, не в курсе про этот? Произведение Агаты Кристи «Убийство в Восточном экспрессе». Вот игра по этому. По этой теме.
Hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent.
О, Китик! Китика погладить можно? Нельзя. Какая игра. Нахрена держать у себя фотку ребенка, который это того, ну вы поняли.
I don't have time to waste on magazines.
Ой, это прямо куда там. Ой, смотри, домик. Это лоток кошачий. Потрясающе. Слушайте, такой чисто... Чисто Алан Уэйк на минималках. В этом кризисе происходило в 1929 году. А тут что? А тут современность. Что, не видно, что ли? Золотые усы в ходячем домике. Подожди, нам надо золотые усы. Золотые усы! Ты видишь, какая внимательная?
Shiny facial hair.
Shining fish. Кто? Fish. Моби Дик.
I've read it probably 10 times already.
Неужели такая
But I can't get
интересная?
enough of it. Don't know why.
Неужели Моби Дик
Maybe
такой
because it helps me
интересный?
sleep.
О, если помогать уснуть, это неплохая книга, да. Dark Web. Лол. Ой, так, ладно, нормально. Я пока что не сплю вроде бы. Так, список звонков.
I knew it. The faces don't match at all. They are clearly two different men. I should run facial recognition on my computer.
Ля, смотрите. Ну прям этот. Алан Ваке. Нет? Да ёб твою мать. Моби Дик классика, но очень скучная. Не читал. В смысле? Так как ты можешь говорить, что это скучная классика, если ты не читал?
Okay, The real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database of known criminals. I've tried this several times in the past few years, but came up empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake. No, that doesn't look like him. No, that doesn't look like him. No, that doesn't look like him.
Ты рофлишь.
That could be him, but he looks pretty different. Yes, he seems different at first glance, but still, it's the same person.
Good.
Прикинь, балачила шевелюром, взялся и сбрился.
Okay.
Окей. И нос.
He's changed his appearance a lot. Probably had some plastic surgery on his nose, but there is no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested.
Имел при себе украденный древство, века всех своим 300 км возможно, на их арест, арестован не залог, освобожден на 5 января. Так у него суд сегодня у этого мужика получается. Поняли?
I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
И чё? Получается, тот мужик, прикинь. То есть, получается, она могла бы этого гада еще тогда засадить, но нет. Обалдеть. А что нам еще надо? Ну и чё?
The DA resigned soon after the Armstrong case. It haunted him just as it has haunted me.
Если честно, я просто тыкаю на бум, по сути. Нет. Ну, я немножко не понимаю, блин, это...
The only fingerprints found. Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin. I knew she was innocent. The lab team found this keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look.
Гля, шарик. И чё? Не понял. Ну и как я это должна... Алло, тут еще эти. Ну, пожалуйста, сплю на ходу. Ага. Гадство. Блин, это мне надо, получается... Сейчас. Вот так. Потом вот так. 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 Опа, флешка.
A USB key. Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little secret it contains. Shaved off the metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago posing as Michael Clark. This goes on the board.
Татуировка.
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone. To check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them. On the wall they go. Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake. I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for...
Да ты чё?
So, Ratchet's real name was Cassetti.
Нет? Да ёпта дай. Да ну... Какая хрень.
This tattoo is the same on both pictures.
Ты понял, чат? Нет? Да в смысле, блин? все? А, тут все. А я что-то пытаюсь натыкать. Так, и чё? О боже, за эту тетю, конечно, играть это просто какой-то трэш. Опять коробку с уликами? О, господи.
So clever.
Ножик, да? Опа.
A key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection.
На кнопочку жмякнем. Чё? О, господи. Хрена тут у них, слушай, прям вообще какой-то трэш. Ну и чё? Опа. Вау. Ёб твою мать.
What do we have here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have...
А мы пока не знаем.
lockpicks.
Мы пока не знаем, Стрэндж. Офигеть, вот это наборчик. Наборчик миниатюрка чисто. Вы видали, какая
What do you call
умная?
this? Brass knuckles? Knuckle dusters? Illegal in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time.
Ой, какой там был код? 3, 5, 6, 9. 3, 5, 6. Пилюлька.
What do we find? A capsule and a smell. Bitter almonds. Cyanide.
Cyanide. О май гад. Ну просто пипец. Ну и чё? Чё, нет? Вот же хрень. Ну, в смысле, найдите собранные зацепки. В смысле? Ну, да ёб твою мать. И чё? О, раздуплилась. Блин, что-то игра подвисает.
Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you?
Трэш. Ой.
It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about him. But I know just who to call.
Опа. Кол. Ух, ёпта.
Robot Defense League, we are monitoring this call.
Hello, Braid. Long time.
Oh, Joanna. Hey, how may I assist you?
I need you to search the dark web.
Yeah, can you narrow that down a little? Because, it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
Alright, hang on.
Ой, блин.
Okay. Yeah, Okay, nope. Nope, and... Okay. Oh, this might be something. I gotta do a deeper dive, but, you should
Так,
find
еще
this
никто в платье не
interesting.
сидел, как
Could
я.
be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
We're here to save mankind.
Какая
It's a
прелесть.
cookbook.
The Orient Express. I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board.
Да, я в платье. А что, не видно? Так, Восточный экспресс.
Goodbye, Michael Clark. Hello, Samuel Ratchet, the man who stole your identity and your life. This is Ratchet's ticket. These tickets were all booked by McQueen. As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah.
Но, значит. И чё, и чё, и чё, и чё, и чё, и чё. И чё, и чё, и чё, и чё, и чё, и чё, и чё. Если так уже соединила зацепки друг с другом. А, наверное, вот это. Нет. Ёб твою мать.
The person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district attorney during the Armstrong case?
Ну, нифига себе. Не то нажала. Таю.
I knew it. He's the son of my former DA. He goes on the evidence board.
Как у нее все легко и просто. Чисто там натыкала в ноутбуке. Хоп-хоп и готово.
Here's what Hector McQueen looks like. Hector McQueen is the son of District Attorney McQueen.
Обалдеть! Все, капсда. Чат, это не шуточки. Так, и чё? Доктор, здравствуй. Стрим сколько будет идти? Ну, часок, наверное, еще. В идеале да пройти сегодня эту игру и все.
The only fingerprint.
Щекастому все. Торба, торба.
The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board.
Какая молодец.
The event? Some old train. But that face, that man.
Боже, that face, that man. Трэш. Ну и чё?
Hector McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week.
А кого там только не будет в этом Восточном экспрессе? Да ёб твою мать, в смысле? А, к билету надо, простите.
Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week.
Я шалею.
Next week, a certain Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express.
Я в шоке.
Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week.
И чё? И чё нам с этого? А, типа лицо. О, Магарбо.
I know that face. That's John Armstrong's driver.
Всё, кабзда.
Damn, Ratchet is taking the Orient Express next week.
Вот это ничего
The district
себе.
attorney's son is too.
Вот это ничего себе.
Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur, is too. It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have
Какая
decided to take
экспрессия,
revenge
ребята.
and will
Это не
undoubtedly attack
шуточки.
Ratchet on this train. I have to be on the Orient Express to stop them.
Не
And above
запутается ли
all,
в
I
этих
must
нитках?
stop
Не знаю,
Ratchet.
возможно.
But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested.
Все, выезжаем. Сейчас такая тык-тык-тык-тык-тык. Что случилось? Здрасте.
Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. Oh, it's impossible to find a ticket.
Давай зайцем, зайцем. Что ты чату жопку показываешь?
I could try to get on the train without a ticket, but I could end up arrested. And Ratchet could get away or get murdered. No, there's a better way. Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
Braid, hello.
Braid! It's me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, their IT is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh no.
Whoa, calm down. I got one name. Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving my magic on the web.
Magic on the web. Опа. Стейси Джонс, кто это? Актриса.
Is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
I'm a journalist for a major online site.
I've had it with journalists. I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
Wait. My name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
I can get an arrest warrant if you don't cooperate.
You gonna pull it out of your hat? I've done nothing wrong. Lately. I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
Wait. Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do. That poor little girl.
I'm a police officer. I have a new lead that may help me find her killer.
Wait, didn't they prove it was the nanny?
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
You know, I had my doubts about the murderous nanny. I played a nanny a couple years ago in a slasher. I was killed in the first episode, but it got me interested in helping kids.
Stacy, please. You say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help
Ева.
underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere, I'd do anything I could to help.
Getting me on that train will help more than you can imagine.
So, you want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this trip.
I'll give you twice what you paid for the ticket.
You think I care about the money? You still don't get it, do you? I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
Wait. Stacy, I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance
Что?
to help put this
Иди
beast
сюда.
in prison for the
Иди
rest
вот
of
сюда.
his life. Think of the publicity for those causes you care about. Think about the kids.
The kids. Yeah. All right. We'll do it for
Иди
Daisy
сюда.
and the kids who suffer. I'll take care of
Звезда
taking the
моя.
tickets to your name and send it
Ох
to
ты,
you.
моя звезда! Ой, какая ты
I will.
грациозная,
Thank
Ева.
you so much.
Максимально. Не-не-не-не-не, вот это не надо делать. Давай почешем,
Stacy was as
почешем.
good as her word.
Жопку прикрыли.
I received the ticket.
Опа.
I called my chief to let him know I was taking my vacation time. I had coming. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and, I suspected, so many others as well. You know the rest.
Ты-ты-ты-ты-ты. Ты-ты-ты-ты. Ева, капец, ты такая ласкуша. Ну прям писюлькина. Дай за ушко тебя потрепаю. А вот за это дай тебе потрогаю.
And
Ой.
that's how I found myself on this train.
Ой, какая.
On Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked. with the
Мордашечка
Berkshire Police.
моя.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to
Хвостик.
giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish to see Ratchet dead.
Мисс Лок.
I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements, or lack of them, last night eliminate you from our list of suspects.
I agree, without a doubt. Another detective would be great
Ева.
help to the investigation.
А можно на волосы не становиться?
Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
You are too kind.
Thank you for believing me. I'd like to help in any way I can.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see things more clearly. It's obvious whoever drugged you was trying to
Ева.
derail your investigation.
Пампушкина.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity to drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All this excitement has whetted my appetite. I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No. I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the restaurant car.
On the contrary, some food will do her the greatest good.
Well, I'm still a little shaky. Mr. Poirot, will you please keep me informed about what you learn?
You may be certain of it.
Ева. Пампушкина. Красотка звездулькина. На-на-на-на-на. Какая, а? Какая? Ну все, заластилась. Такая ласкуша. Давай я пожмакаю. Вот так вот тут пожмакаю. Везде тебя пожмакаю. Что? Не, туда не надо. Ева, ну ты на приколе.
All that snow.
Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see.
Что? Там ничего нету.
Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Ева.
Yes. Unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray, thanks to something as simple as...
An unexpected passenger?
Perhaps. Or snow.
Ой, не то нажала. Сергей, здравствуй. Ой. Ева! Алло! Какой я мау? Ты что там наделала? А? Звезда. Что? Негодуйка. И что это? Ева. Поведение двойка. Поведение 2. Ева Буйнова прям какая-то. Говорит, не бей кошку. А кто ее бьет? Какие-то выводы непонятные. Основанные ни на чем.
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
Ой, господи. Каталюция. Котячий бунт. Бессмысленный мяу-мау. Определенно.
I have nothing to ask them.
Ой, извините. Платье красиво, спасибо. Так, погоди, а где? Блин, единственная проблема, я не запоминаю, как кого и зовут. Кто тебя знает? Ну ты-то явно не знаешь. Как бы предположения, основанные ни на чем, пустой звук.
Good evening, Fräulein
Schmidt.
May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
A choice.
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, Who else but you could have dragged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had time.
We? Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected to the Armstrong case.
Вы видали, как
The
я?
right answer. Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
But yes, I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. My darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange. I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my
Такая
possession.
смотрит чисто, как будто я тебе насру в тапки. Посмотрите на этот взгляд, посмотрите. О, все, уже попустила ее. Так, а с кем мне там еще надо полялякать?
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauchet, with pleasure, when the matter is resolved.
Ага. Так, погоди, а с кем еще мне надо полялякать? Мишеля. Мишель. А кто это? Этот. А где он? В ресторане? Так, ну тут никого нет. А куда он делся? Он.
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit, it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others? You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder to pay my rent. I always forget, and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the screen. I must admit I
подожди, Пьер Мишель.
Good job. Fantastic. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
Бляха, да я не запоминала эти
Must
имена.
admit, I'm not right this time. Good. That was easy.
Очень изи, прям вообще.
Are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences, Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then, a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the U.S.
Ох, этот Гоша.
Got that job as Daisy's
Сейчас,
nanny.
секунду.
I understand your pain, and the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was only to keep her quiet, until I could... But she reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. To be frank, there is one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now. Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is an open book. Yes, Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of course, much more is clear now. I have been patient long enough.
Что нажала эта кошка?
All the commotion is next door. Monsieur Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted
Да,
to
нажала
go out,
мне
but,
тут.
you showed up.
No need to invent some preposterous
всё.
story.
But really,
Michel has told me everything. You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh. I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only... If only...
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and Luke.
Так, это мне вот туда. А где это, чувиха?
My God, what have I done? Poor darling.
Ну, пояс симпатичный, согласен. Уютненький такой.
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
I have uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family. What a coincidence, don't you think?
It's incredible! What are the odds that so many
Кирилл,
people
здравствуй,
linked
спасибо
to that
большое,
tragic
взаимно.
affair ended up on the same train?
About the same as you winning the lottery, my friend.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home. Mademoiselle, look. I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor, Pierre Michel, both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Luck. Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
Так.
My little grey cells did not let me down. Some clues and information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why, indeed. Let me re-explain from the beginning.
О, господи. Фу, так. А, стоп. Да вообще.
That's the right answer.
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. So, we have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective, Hercule Poirot, dropped into the midst of their meticulous planning.
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue.
Кто эти девчонки, чья связь с делом Армстронгов подтверждена? Так. Сколько их? Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь. Вот так.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
Ну тогда этот.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
Чего? Явно не помрет, так это от скромности.
Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Locke and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach, 9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
Lounge. Вот это у него хавка, слушай, там на тарелке прям вот это мазня какая-то и все. И какулька. Мазня и какулька. Вон, смотри, что у него в тарелке было. Мазня и какулька. Хера, сколько он съел! Посмотри, сколько он сожрал! Сколько там тарелок? Раз, два... Ща, погоди, я посчитаю. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 тарелок сожрал десерта. А жопа не треснет у него? Капец. А, так это он вот это короче, пироженку хавал. Прикинь, 11 тарелок пироженок захавал. О, господи. It is trash. Ой, блин, нахер я в багажный. Видела его уже, по-моему, в вагоне или помещался. Это капец. В смысле, так твой вагон-ресторан был? Что оно мне мозги компостирует, херня это? ну все, кабзда.
Monsieur Book, are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage is set for the final act. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Book and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
Two solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required. Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just
Я уже
descended to the
засыпаю, чат. Вы уже
platform. He
спите?
was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draught. This man stabbed him with great ferocity, 12 wounds in all. He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase.
Сейчас скажет такой убийца бармен.
And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car. That is the first hypothesis. But there's a second. For that, we must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed? The motive
Revenge.
is clear. Revenge. Of course.
Revenge.
Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned.
Premeditated crime.
Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized
ходит
many
такой.
people close to the
Как
family,
будто музыку
even
слушает.
when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is. It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time.
Только нафига он
It
ее
is obvious
того
that the
чикпыкнул?
12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal, yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic. "12 stabs. 12! The same number as a trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except
Snow.
Snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but 2 detectives on the train. They had to improvise, to hastily add clues and false leads. The conductor's jacket, found in Detective Locke's suitcase, was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him. The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime. This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters. All these false leads were intended for me. But I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke. Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen. When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, "But I thought we had..." I think he meant... You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet. You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen. Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now, I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur Masterman. No, Poirot. Remember Ratchet's sleeping pills. Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay awake. You gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge. Once he was sound asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant in the war, sir, and afterwards, I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned, let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What? Me? A suspicious stone?
Ой, бляха, посмотрите на эту довольную морду.
His lofty position as director does not clear him of suspicion. Murderers can come in all shapes and sizes. Book, my friend, of course you are not guilty. You did everything you could to get me on this train. What madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak with all modesty, that the best detective in the world could be present to witness your crime?
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel. No, that is his motive. I need real, tangible proof.
В смысле? Так вот мотив. О, Господи.
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates you. But the murder could not have been possible without your very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est enfoiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of 3 detectives on this train. Monsieur Hardman, I think you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook. Fräulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally, Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to Countess Andreni. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it? Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated than that. I believe Countess Andreni. Countess Andreni is young and fit, physically quite capable of stabbing Ratchet. The problem must be somewhere else. Countess Andreni, being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andreni. "12 people, a jury. This was very important to all of you. If Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife."
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything.
Even that.
Yes, even that. Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli.
Да хер его знает. Ага. Он итальянец, он мускулистый. Потрясающе. Вот это вот прям.
Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur, and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And she...
Tonio, oh!
She would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling.
Она вообще какая-то мутная.
Mademoiselle Olson, you supported Madame Hubbard's story about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So, you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
Enough! I can't take this anymore! I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was my little Daisy, my angel, so patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olson. You too shed light on your part in this mystery. You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand. Let's move on. Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
Now, really, Poirot, he has
Ну, мало
helped
ли.
you get to the truth, not
А вдруг?
hidden it. Dr. Constantine was certainly helpful to my investigation.
Ой, Пуаро, ты душишь меня, душишь без рук.
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case.
Слушайте, это, наверное, все потому, что он
Your alibi is
шоколадный.
confirmed by Monsieur Book, whom I would trust with my life.
That is very kindly said, my friend.
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot, whose relationship was not in doubt from the moment I inspected your room at the hotel.
You have a bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations. But I would rather talk about your relationship to John Armstrong. That was easy. Captain Arbuthnot, you served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until... There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong family was not obvious. Then I remembered the job you currently hold. That's the right answer. You were the teacher of... No, she was the teacher of Countess Andrény. You were the teacher of Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
Captain Arbuthnot. No, his vial found at the crime scene was a decoy. You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof! Unless you have another one. As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham, I do not think that's the right answer.
Да ладно. Ah.
Yes, I remember overhearing Mademoiselle Debenham talking with the captain at Circuit's station. She said, "Not now, not now, when it's all over." That's significant in light of what we now know, but not enough to incriminate her. Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could confirm your alibi. I think you know where you stand.
Very good, Mr. Poirot. Are you satisfied?
I will be soon. Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's godmother, Princess Dragomirov.
Говорит, свой поезд убийцам. Сейчас проще зарезать всех остальных и свалить.
Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of suspects at the start.
А чё бабки-то? 85 лет и вообще
I
насрать.
left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train. And the single blow to ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say... Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer.
А вдруг?
Linda Arden.
Линда.
If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious.
Ёб твою мать, 8 вариантов. И чё? Так, ну это не мать, это не крестная ее. Адрени, тетя, няня, сестра. Ну, может, это сестра.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
Мать Сони, няня Сони. Соня. Сестра, нет, крестная. Хер его знает. Да ну в баню. Ну, крестная пусть будет, ёпта. О, боже, господи, кто она? Мать, няня, мать. Ну, мать пусть будет. Мать. Во, она мать.
I'm right again.
Я забыла, что Соня это вот эта, которая беременная была.
You are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni.
Да, конечно, она его чикнула.
Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress.
Она
you put so much
мать!
effort into your character and into staging the murder.
Ну и чё там в
I saw
итоге
it as
дальше
a
будет?
perfect mosaic, each person playing his or her allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day, I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us, or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much, but he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east, sooner or later, by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it? If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me, and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death, and her child's, and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it. All these good, faithful souls.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Bouc. What do you say?
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
Я больше на стримах книги не читаю. В дальнейшем я книги буду только на бусти выкладывать, и все. Аудио. С эмбиентом там и с эффектами.
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot, but it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train. We must tell Book. The case is not solved.
А, еще не закончилось ничего. Пуаро какое принял решение, что кто-то зашел в поезд, нанес 28 ударов ножом. Ладно, не 28, 12 ударов ножом, но как мы выяснили, 13. И сошел с поезда.
Book. I see we are moving at last.
Yes.
Умом. Мы тронулись умом.
If all goes well, we will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left aside in my investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment in Venice. Someone with the initials A.W. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
Тронулись, а бы прокатилась. Так, где как надо? Так, парикмахерская. Да вы же рофлите. Так, Orient Express, 15 декабря, 15 часов. Чё? В смысле 16-й? А, нет, это не то. В душе не чаю, подожди. Ну пусть будет. Нет. 16-е. Каир.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
Вот это?
I do not think that's
Таротте ноги. А что за кол DC? Какой DC? Этот... комиксы? Чё там? А, 18-го? В смысле 18-го? А где здесь 18-е? А, бляха, лоу, там следующая страница была. Ёб твою мать. Фонтана де... Я понял. Так. Фонтан. А во сколько? Подожди. Confirm Bright Ridge. А, 22:00. Это 18 декабря. 22:00, 18 декабря.
No.
Ты что, охерела? А, подожди, значит не Каир. А что? А, Венеция. Тьфу ты. Твою мать. Венеция, какой Каир? Может, покойный случайно упал на нож, а потом пришли мстители и отомстили. Может. Доктор Константин.
I don't have time for small talk.
О, Гастингса? Где Гастингс? Какой, где Гастингс? Даже на TikTok можете снять, обычно это мой... Гастингса! Ох, это Гастингса! Second class. Ой, ребят,
How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help?
Так, это не то.
I don't have time for small talk. How would it... I don't have...
Так где этот Хастингс? Где этот доктор-то, ёб твою мать? Доктор, where are you? Ёлки-палки. Палки-ёлки. Смотрите, как мы активно идем. Активно очень. Видите, как мы активно идем?
I think we should let Ratchet rest in peace. How would it look to the police? I don't have time for... Doctor, a moment. Have you made arrangements for Ratchet's body?
Yes, it will be collected by the Italian authorities when we reach Venice. The autopsy will be performed there. However, there is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is French, jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris. Ratchet's compartment will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug-of-war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to be in charge. And isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
Calm yourself, Doctor. It is not the first time I find myself in the middle. And, to be honest, I welcome the chance to see this case through. It is fast becoming one of the most challenging of my career.
Не поняла. Как я найду ему Гастингса-то? Я знаю, этого надо взять, короче. Пупсика. Вот этого. Где он там? Малыша вот этого вот. Во-во-во-во-во-во. Они даже похожи.
I don't suppose you could accompany me for an investigation in Venice?
Me? I am honored you would ask, but Freya Hotaru and I have to reprovision the train. Just agreeing on what we need will take all of our time and energy.
Сириус, здравствуйте. Меня зовут Дмитрий
Hello,
Анастасович.
Monsieur Fauché. Is everything going well?
As well as can be expected,
Ой.
our stocks of food and drink are running low. An unexpected
Еда и
layover
вода
in mountains
заканчивается,
and
ребята, у
unexpected
них.
murder didn't help. Have you ever noticed that when things get tense, people tend to eat and drink more?
It is curious that, even when they are accused of murder,
Чат, вы
as much
едите
as I
и пьете
learn of
больше,
human
когда у вас
nature,
стресс?
people
Ну-ка, давай
still
рассказывай,
manage to
чат.
surprise me. At least we'll soon be in
Снега, да,
Venice.
тут, кстати.
We'll be able to
Снега
stock
можно и
up on enough
похавать.
provisions there.
Типа, понял,
As long
дать
as there
возможность
isn't another
мозгу
murder.
подумать, что, короче, ты хаваешь. И напьешься. Главное, что, ребята? Не есть желтый снег. Все правильно. О, вот эта звезда, наверное.
Mademoiselle Locke, you are clearly an
Не
excellent
лезешь
police officer.
обычно. А у
Could
меня
you
лезет.
accompany me to Venice for an investigation into Ratchet's activities? There is much we still need to know.
Well, yes, it would be an honor to work with you. And I'm glad you trust me. What do you have in mind?
There was a notation in Ratchet's appointment book. He had an appointment.
With who?
There were only the initials A.W. They were to
Анатолий
meet at 10 o'clock
Венедиктович.
at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators. Why is
Я
this meeting
серьезно, как
important?
зовут? Ну, если в двух вариантах Дмитрий Анастасович, ну как ты думаешь, как зовут? Я дам возможность к такой детективной игре проявить смекалку и находчивость, так сказать, серым этим, как у меня там стрим-то называется, серые клеточки, чтобы пошевелились. Не лезет хавчик, когда стресс. Вот вам везет.
You're right. I do understand.
Мы будем это на волне игры. Бляха, я сейчас усну, если честно, извините. Молодец, Сириус. О, Господи. Простите. Сектор приз на барабане. Блин, я думала, мы того бармена возьмем, он будет нам делать апельсиновый сок. И попутно еще. Боже, еще и Венеция. Прикиньте, мы сейчас в Венеции будем. Венеция! Ля, какой шмот прикидистый. Шмот прикидистый, видите? Что-то долго грузится. Видать, там супер RTX DLSS off. Мать матюкается, представляете? О, смотри, нос. А ты вплавь. Мать-то перепрыгивай. Глянь, они как будто плывут. Ля лебедушки вообще. О, там киса была. Ща, короче, аудиторы как перепрыгнет, как начнет тут скакать.
I see a gondolier just over there.
Какая таб у меня, вот. Вау, я за тетечку играю. Ля, короче, он взял с собой эту дамочку, что просто ни хера не... Ля, ты умный дядька. Чисто ус накрутить. Я балдю. Ты кто? Ты... Писюны друг другу показываете, типа, в знак, что это вы, это вы. А куда мне надо? Или, пардон. О, вот я вижу, мужчина, я вижу. Оп, мужчина в тельнике,
Hi there. We'd like to cross the canal, please.
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the canal.
Please.
Kilometer down the canal.
It's just across the canal here.
No.
No.
Gabriel,
I not help you. I'm sorry. Да пендаля ему тресни. Ему баба отказала. I have some money.
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
О боже, его душевные и духовные раны никакие деньги не затянут. О боже. Тут вы хорошо с собой вас в жены взял. Понятно, спасибо. Так сама едь. Белла
Chiara. A beautiful name for a beautiful gondola.
Белла Кьяра. О. Смотри, венок погребальный. Ой, извините, это букет. Это тюльпаны, простите.
What a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by wrestlers.
Проблема гондольера. Звучит как анекдот. Покажи ему титьки, детектив. Ха! Проблема какая у него? Ему надоели... Он поссорился со своей девушкой. Ну, конечно же, он поссорился со своей девушкой. Ты посмотри. Кьяра. Ну, дедукция. My dearest friends, I wanna to help you. в your problems. Do you need help? Ну, зато меня бы поняли.
I'm
Kiara.
sorry you had a fight with Kiara.
What? How did you know?
I'm a detective. I'd like to
I
help
am very
if I can.
smart
If you have
young
a spare
woman.
engagement ring, detective, I'll take it.
Вот так вот я и
I see.
узнала Зис.
You lost the engagement ring you were planning to give Kiara?
Lost? It is worse than that. I threw it away in the canal.
Какой...
I
Всё,
bitterly
ныряем.
regret this gesture. I now find myself without a girlfriend and without a ring.
Давай как голым ныряем за рингом. Ну, и либо просим Эркюля.
If we find the ring, maybe the gondolier will take us across.
You are
Мы
right.
можем
There is not
ему
much time.
запрайсить
I will help
new ring. О май гад. We need, короче, шоп. Ринг шоп. Ринг шоп. Ринг шоп. Где здесь эти... Как это? Как украшения будут? Даймонцы. По мосту пройти. Слушай, это было бы быстрее уже вплавь пропрыгать. Во, вон, смотри, вот эти штучки. Прыг-прыг-прыг. И поскакал. Нет, ринг-шоп это... Идти something другое. И куда нам? Явно не в эту дырку. Я понял. Посторонитесь, черти. О, киса! О, Магары был. Вот из... Что это? Мусор. Да вот ж колечко. Колечко.
I know someone who will be happy.
О, Магары был, о, Магары был. О! Боже, что за
I don't need an
свинота.
empty soda can.
Да ладно, чё, бери.
There are too many plastic bottles in the world.
Нет, нельзя, Сириус. Ринг шоп. Ша. Первая буква Ша. Ринг шоп. Кольцевой магазин.
Excuse me. I believe I have something that belongs to you.
О, мага. Санта Лючия.
With this, I can now
Я
win my
угадала
Kiara's
почти.
heart again. I know it. How to thank you?
My friend
Давай
and I need to get to the
засосемся.
other
О,
side. We have a
извините,
very
мне надо на
important
другую
date at the
сторону.
Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes. The rabbit fountain. Of course, I'll take you across. Then I will call Kiara. Hopefully, she will forgive me.
I'm sure she will.
Well done, Detective Locke.
Well done. Ой, что-то мы так медленно
This
едем.
district of Venice is very charming. You will love it.
If it's not too much to ask, can you wait for us until we return?
Yes, no worries. I can call Kiara from here. To find the fountain, walk along the quay on the left, then
Анастасия
cross the
говорит,
bridge
моменты
and you
нужно
are
сделать,
there.
вдруг и
You
ваша
cannot
судьба.
miss
Ну,
it.
если
Got it.
судьба,
Thank
то
you.
значит,
Thank you,
как
signorina.
тогда найдешь?
You have made me the happiest gondolier in Venice. Do you forgive me?
Где она?
Yes, I assure you. I found your ring. I fixed everything. Kiara, I'm sorry.
Can you give me directions to the fountain again?
You have to go along the quay on the
Да
left, then
ёпта,
cross
как
the
это
bridge, and you are
пропустить?
there. You can't miss it. Oh no, Bella. That is just a customer. Calm down. Yes, I assure you.
О
I
боже,
found your
она там
ring.
еще ревнелли. Омагарыбо. Так, нам, наверное, куда-то сюда надо, в какую-то... О боже, там мужчины. Ля, встали, не пройти, не проехать. Фу, какое свинство. Мужчина. Масло в огонь подлила. Да ничего, нормально. Пусть спасибо скажет, что не бензину. Ну, либо там спирту этилового. Так, и чё? Ну вот мы пришли. Зайчий фонтан. Рэббитс фонтейн. Короче, фонтанелли. Опа. Кто-то идет.
It's 9:55. The right time in the right place. Now AW just needs to show up.
You made me run, Detective Locke. Poirot does not run. I'll wait, sitting down.
Самое забавное играть в Пуаро, который вот тут еще старенькие игры, именно квестики, где надо мышкой. И он там так забавно бегает, такой... И с тростью еще. Сейчас, подождите. Что-то устануло. Смотри, Пуаро, короче... Ля, какой котик! Какой котик! О, какой красавчик! Ленивый просто. Ну, он пельмешек бахнул, и ему тяжко. Тетя. О, бля. Нет, это явно не вы, тетя.
We have an appointment, I believe?
I don't think so. I've never met you.
Ты чё, офигел, чертос?
If there's no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself. No, that's not it. Aziz Wadi. That's the only name
Aziz
that corresponds to the
Wadi.
initials AW.
Paziente, non ti ho sentito. Posso aiutarla?
Hello. I'm looking for the Fontana dei Conigli. Do you know where it is?
Oh, it's right in front of the hotel. It's easy to recognize because of the rabbits.
Thank you. I had an appointment with someone, but I can't find him. I wondered if he might be staying in your hotel.
I can't help you unless you give me the name.
Авада Кедавра.
I have an appointment with Mr. Aziz Wadi. Do you know if he's here?
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore, but I suppose this is okay.
Алиса села в фонтан, взглянула на сотовый кролик, который раскочил в сторону. Позвольте Алисе снова быть вашим проводником. Пройдя по узкому переулку, затем по мосту, Алиса наткнулась на двух мужчин, которые спорили, у кого из них выше шляпа. Ноги привели ее обратно в узкий переулок. А затем на небольшую площадь, где она обнаружила Кэтс, который пил чай, потрясающе. Чисто такой, знаете, этот английский кот. Озорной котик побежал в другой переулок. Алиса погналась за ним. Запыхавшись, Алиса попала на большую... Я прочитала сначала на больницу. Площадь с казармой для карточных солдат. Они вышли и промаршировали к ней. Алиса добежала до конца набережной. Там на большой двери с лицом горгоны требовалось ввести секретный код. Код, который Алиса собрала во время своего путешествия. Ёб твою мать. Ой, Неплохо. Смотри, какой Ох. А это такой отъеденный, гля, щечки-то отхавал себе. Красавчик, да? Капец, не сняли игру, но это интересно. А все не так-то просто. Это еще not final. Не какой-то там тебе, как там, фин. О. Или как там на французском-то конец.
So, mademoiselle, was our mysterious A.W. here?
No, but I managed to get his name, Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see. Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love this book to refer to it so much.
Yes, I think we have to search and find the tracks that this person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, Mademoiselle Locke.
Так. Чё там, белый кролик, да? Белый кроляка. О! Усы у кроля отобрала.
A gold mustache. Thank you very much.
Мастаж. Так, а как там было написано-то? Ну, полетели, чё. Да вы рофлите. Ведь нужно идти там, где узко. Потрясающе. Если не изменитесь и не станете серьезнее, можете остаться одинокой. Ага, хорошо. Так, пойдя по мосту. Так, Алиса наткнулась на двух мужчин. Так, подожди, по переулку. По узкому переулку, затем по... Ага. Стоп, подожди. Нет, стой. Узкий переулок. По мосту. Ой. Так, по мосту. Здесь наткнулся на мужчин, который спорил в узкий переулок. Затем на большую площадь. Наверное, сюда. Собирать у Сенни котов, не знаю. Кота, который пил чай. Здесь есть кот, который пьет чай. Мне кажется, я не туда пошла. Лоу-кек. Бляха, Эркюль, ты все это время был тут? Ты что, прикалываешься? Так, давайте заново, короче. Мы идем сюда. Да, я вижу, что я назад вышла. Так, потом идем. Слушай, а может в этот переулок? О, бля. Этот все. Этот все. Где тут двое мужчин, которые спорят? У кого длиннее, у кого выше шляпа? Сюда можно? О, этот кот пьет чай? Нет, ты не пьешь чай? Да ёб твою мать. А Эркюля нету, слышишь, он такой, я не бегаю. Чертил. Слушай, может мы так как-то найдем? Лоу-кек, я понял. Нет. Нет, у кого выше шляпа? Подожди, а может мне надо как-то... А, мне надо дверь с лицом горгоны. Мне надо дверь найти. Опа. Ага. Как мило. Аля, ржут еще черти. А Пуаро не бегает. Вот и весь прикол. Эти звери terrible. Я заблудилась. Я в тупик Охереть. Я пришла в тупик. У меня уже голова кружится. Если честно. Сириус, ссылки на соцсети в описании. В ВК я не добавляю, если что. Есть общий чат Дискорда. Я сейчас от этого, от головокружения я сейчас упаду, как этот чел. Ой, фу, ой, аж голова разболелась. Ребята, я сейчас с ума сойду. Арт and готов. Арт и котики. Котики. А тут есть кот, который пьет чай? Хитмен. Ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля. Посмотри на него. Ребята, я душусь. Душка, душка. Лютая душка. О, я нашла! Чисто случайно. Бля, это со стеной разговариваю. Все нормально? Кабзда. Блин, только не говорите мне, что мне надо было запомнить, как я шла, и типа цифры ввести. Это катастрофа, это конец, это все. Это катастрофа.
I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong.
Хорошо, мы сейчас узнаем вот эту ластовую цифру. Или нет? А, подожди, тут буковки. Бляха, по буковкам. Инфо, что? И как понять, где я? Where I am. А, ну буква... Ну и что это? Буква А или буква М? Ай. М, стадина сам. Наверное, это буква Ай. Типа по буквам. Господи, пришел. Ой, не то нажала. У меня красивое имя. У вас красивое имя подстать вам. Спасибо. А, нет, тут нету. А как? Не понял. А как тогда? Подожди. По каким ориентирам? Как тогда вводить этот? Не понял. И чё? Что это за цифра 9? Мне нужно поучить чутье.
No, I did something wrong.
Может, там как-то в записке что-то? Так, а ну-ка. Ой, ёпта. Все, на чай. Кота, код, который Алиса собрала во время своего путешествия. Ну, по логике вещей, это то, типа, вот как я шла. Надо было что-то... А что? Старта де Санта-Мария. А на что здесь ориентироваться-то? А может так надо считать? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Блядь, нет, ну то 9. А хотя 9. А, нет, девятка. Вот последняя девятка будет, получается. То есть мне надо было считать вот эти вот буквы. Улицы, на которых я нахожусь, отмечены буквами. Надо было подходить к каждому столбику и считать порядок в столбцах буквок и потом их вводить. Ну, короче, 9 это последняя цифра. Девять это последняя цифра. Ну, допустим. А вот то. Там, да, это что, думаю, что нахер надо, блядь, проще вписать. Ой, а я в ту сторону иду. По-моему, не в ту. Да я. А, не, нормально. В ту. Еще прикольно, если перевод неправильный вообще был. Круто. 2, 8, 4, 6, 9, 2, 8, 6, 9. Хера. Кого-то зарезали.
Hey, you. I can't lose them.
А нахер было звать его? О боже, погоня! Экшон! А! Сука. Бляха. Эти звери сложно, бляха! Черт шиудивый. И сколько мне его так это гнать? Давай, мать, что зря в тренажерку ходила. Бля. Не в ту сторону. Ты посмотри.
Move over.
Писос.
Too many! Too many masks! The murderer could be standing there watching me and laughing.
Алло. Это телевидение?
Yes, Detective Locke?
The murderer got away. I'm coming back. But it looked like he dropped something when he climbed the first wall.
All right, I'll go and see. For my part, unfortunately, I could do nothing for the victim. He was already dead. I have already alerted the Italian authorities. I will see what I can find while I wait for them.
О, так.
A pair of women's glasses. Was Ratchet planning a new identity?
Нет, он просто себя начал идентифицировать по-другому.
There must be several tens of thousands of dollars in this bag. The victim was stabbed. Apparently the method of choice in this case. A bunch of keys. If, as seems likely, Mr. Wadi is a resident of Geneva, then one of these may belong to his home there. Various clothes in his suitcase. Mr. Wadi was obviously planning to leave this city. Mr. Wadi's Swiss passport. I'll see if I can find a match on the internet to confirm his identity.
Здравствуйте, мужчина. Здравствуйте. Ой, пардоньте. Так.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
А, ёб твою мать. Что там написано было? Багдад! Так, вот да. Анатолий, здравствуй.
I must admit, I do not think that's the right answer.
А, ой, там... Я не увидела, там 45. Прикиньте.
My little gray cells did not let
Глаза
me down.
доуп-доуп. Эй, ты ж, ёб твою мать. Пуаро не бегает, Пуаро быстро ходит. Видите? Он только ускоряется и все. Федя, здравствуй.
A false passport with Ratchet's picture. Clark, Ratchet. How many others? Now he will become Enrico Caldo. It appears Ratchet changed his identity as often as his socks. Well, I choose to go this way.
I'm sorry I couldn't catch the suspect, Mr. Poirot.
There is no need to apologize, mademoiselle. Your efforts were marvelous. I found some information about Mr. Wadi.
Did you access the FBI database?
Don't worry, my little gray cells were enough. However, the database may confirm the origin of these banknotes.
No need. I included them when I continued my investigation.
Excellent.
That's it. No rookie mistake there. Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all.
Я слепая? Или чё? Ауч. А, вот.
That's it. No rookie mistake there.
Mr. Poirot, it's part of the ransom money from the Armstrong case.
You are surprised?
I suppose not.
Нет, не в
So
середине
Ratchet had it in
20
an
века.
account at the Banque du Lac.
It would seem so. He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced, and he could not spend it, so he stashed it there.
But now he's run low, something he didn't count on. He hopes enough time has passed so he can begin to spend the ransom money.
There is something else he didn't count on.
What's that?
He didn't count on you, Detective Locke, and your tenacity.
Thank you. But we are still left with a murderer on the loose.
But we progress. We know Mr. Wadi had an appointment with Ratchet. He had a bag full of money and a passport with Ratchet's photo, but a new name. What is your opinion about the passport?
I discovered that he was arrested in Armenia for trafficking in stolen art and was supposed to be arraigned in January. Once again, he changed his identity and vanished.
You are correct, mademoiselle. He also told me that he was threatened, and that threatening letter we found in his room was real. He had to disappear once again.
Maybe the killer didn't take the money because we interrupted him.
Perhaps, but the bag is not very big. He could have easily escaped with it. I do not think he was interested in the money.
If the motive isn't money, then what?
It suggests a new motive altogether. Perhaps passion or revenge.
Газинур Талипов, здорово.
I think it's a crime of passion.
So, now we have a secret lover or some heated dispute? Quite the contrary. I think the murderer carefully followed Wadi from the fountain to the new meeting place, despite Wadi's precautions. That is cold and careful. The complete opposite of a crime of passion. We have an idea of the motive. It is the same motive as that of our 12 would-be murderers on the train. But we still must know who was under that mask.
I think Wadi's killer is also Ratchet's murderer. The motive for both deaths was revenge, and both are related to the Armstrong case through the ransom money.
Exactly. So our murderer is linked to the Armstrong case. The money is linked to the Armstrong case. But these glasses that I found in the bag, they must have something to do with this case too.
Wait,
Отец Дейзи, вот это вот, или как ее там? Няня Дейзи?
Wait, I know. I've seen these. They belong to Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nurse. I remember seeing them in her bedroom, but they were gone the day she died.
I remember the press saying that the nurse had committed suicide.
I've always believed otherwise, and the glasses are proof that she was killed by Ratchet or his accomplice. He took those glasses. I always had a gut feeling, but now, Mr. Poirot, now I have proof Suzanne was innocent.
Yes, you do. But the question I ask myself is this. Why did Ratchet keep these glasses?
Ratchet used to leave fake evidence at the scene of his crimes to incriminate others. He did the same thing to frame Suzanne.
Possibly. But keeping an object belonging to his victim as a souvenir of the murder, that is the behavior of a fetishist.
Now that you mention it, in my investigation at the time, I had already found Daisy's hair clip in Ratchet's cabin, and now we find Suzanne's glasses in a bag for Ratchet.
2 objects from 2 victims of Ratchet. He is a trophy hunter.
Okay, we managed to clear up some of the gray areas. What now?
The bag only contained a fraction of the $1 million ransom of the Armstrong case. The rest must still be in a secure place. I will make a wager with you that it is the Banque du Lac in Geneva where Mr. Wadi worked.
Wadi was also the keeper of Ratchet's secrets. They were killed by the same murderer.
Agreed. Well, there is nothing more we can do here except wait for the police. Prepare yourself for a long evening with the police. We have a lot of explaining to do.
And after that?
A visit to Geneva, perhaps?
Чат, мы едем в Женеву. Опа, это что, картошечка? Картошечка. Sleeping car. Поняли?
Here you are at last. I was worried about you.
We just left the police station. We had to explain to the Italian police that we were not murderers.
What? Another murder?
I'll tell you when we're on the way. Are all passengers and staff aboard?
Yes, everyone is here. We were waiting for you.
Excellent. Let's not waste any more time. We have to make a longer than usual stop in Lausanne.
What? How long?
Long enough to do a little banking in Geneva.
But this is madness. A 13th murderer of Ratchet?
Mon ami, he was not well liked.
But Monsieur Michel would have seen anyone enter Ratchet's compartment. And there were another 10 people milling about, taking their turn at stabbing him. How could they not notice an uninvited killer?
The 13th killer could have acted when Michel was smoking on the platform at Vinkovsky. But even after the train departed, Michel was absent from his post at the end of the corridor several times the night of the murder. I must know where he really was and when. Stay focused. We have evidence that he is still on the train. Yes, he most certainly returned to the train.
How can you be sure?
It's obvious. I mean, I hope Mr. Poirot agrees.
Please continue, Detective Locke.
The train is French. The murder took place in Slovenia, and the victim's body is in Italy. Jurisdiction won't be sorted out before the train reaches Paris. The murderer is probably content to sit tight aboard the train until Paris, where he can disappear.
It is undoubtedly a possibility, but we have no proof.
While I was chasing him, he was clearly running in the direction of Venice Station, where the Orient Express was waiting.
Very possibly, but it is not much in the way of proof, mademoiselle.
All the passengers and crew are still aboard. If the killer of Mr. Wadi had remained in Venice, we would have noticed right away that someone was missing, and we could have alerted the authorities.
I promise you, I made certain everyone was aboard before we embarked.
Book, calm yourself.
Calm myself? But we're back where we started. There is still another murder
Это
on
игра
our train.
бесконечная,
Wait a
чат.
moment. Can I change my mind about my verdict? Can we turn everyone over to the police?
Everyone? Including
Я себе уже
ourselves?
копчик отсидела.
No.
Oh.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
Let us take it step by step, my friend. We can start by eliminating all of the members
Боже,
of the
кто-то может
ratchet
глянуть,
jury.
сколько еще до конца осталось? Ой. Кого там идентифицировать? Еще немного? Ну ладно, до Талова уже пройдем.
Eliminate the 12 jurors, we are left with 7 additional suspects.
7? It's still too many.
I agree. We must reduce our list.
Excuse my impatience, Poirot.
Полтора-два часа?
Train is cursed. Can you exonerate any
Нет,
of
это
the 7?
дофига. Это еще на целый стрим.
Brilliant. Book worked hard to get me aboard the train. He is definitely not a suspect.
Хз, короче, я не знаю. Можем, конечно, вот эти полтора-два часа досидеть, либо на следующий стрим. Выбирайте. Мне, честно, без разницы. Уже и так 4 часа сидим, пердим.
Right. Mademoiselle Locke cannot be a suspect. She pursued Mr. Wadi's murderer.
О, блин. Вам надо было мне хоть раньше, хотя я не спрашивала. Виталий, а хер ли ты мне раньше не сказал, что тут еще контента хер знает сколько? Ой, еще играть и играть.
Good job. Dr. Constantine alerted me to the 13th stab wound. He is not a suspect. That was easy. I have 4 suspects left who I must now
4!
examine more
Ой,
closely.
сорян.
Miss Nielsen,
Что-то болтыхается
Monsieur
тут.
Maury, Monsieur Fauché, and Countess Andrény.
One of my employees? Suspicious?
All 3 got off the train in Venice to restock supplies. Any one of them might have slipped away without being noticed.
I suppose. But what of Countess Andrény? You cleared her yourself.
She is cleared of the first murder, but we know little of her movements here in Venice. So, we still have 4 suspects to interview. Detective Locke?
I can't join you, Poirot. My chief saw something on the news about the case and my involvement. He's demanding an explanation. If I want to keep my badge, I have to call him.
Badge.
Then you must do so by all means.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I understand.
I'll make the call from my compartment. If you're looking
Чат,
for
вы
me,
там
I'll be there.
уснули? Или как?
I
Короче,
hate to say this, Poirot,
досиживаем
but I
походу до
must.
конца.
There is, of course, one other
А
suspect
то только
with
один
motive for
человек
murder,
не
the
ответил.
ransom money.
You mean Detective Locke? Then who did she chase? Who killed Aziz? We both saw the mask
Азиз,
of the
блин, это ж
murderer
этот певец
standing
такой
over
был,
the body.
по-моему. Лично я почти под столом уже. Сидеть! Сидеть! Команды под стол не было! Ой, где этот фашер? Фу, ёб твою мать. Вы поняли, короче. Фурфуры. Так, ну это-то понятно.
Ah, Michel, I have a few more questions to ask you, if you will allow me.
Anything, Monsieur Poirot. We are in your debt.
Please tell me your movements when we were stopped at Venice Station.
Once the compartments were cleaned and the linen refreshed, I stayed in my quarters.
Did you notice anything special?
Слушайте, а в...
Monsieur Book had asked everyone to stay in their compartments. I would occasionally
А
walk
в
the train
поездах
to ensure
есть
everyone was
стиралка и
comfortable.
сушилка?
I saw Monsieur Maury
Или
was all alone,
белье
loading
стирают
his
и
crates of
сушат?
provisions. A great chef like that, reduced to petty labor, I would have helped him.
Когда
But
это,
Monsieur Book
скажите
had
мне,
ordered me not to leave the train
когда на
for any
станцию
reason.
приезжают
So,
и типа
Monsieur
туда.
Maury was
Где
forced
Константинович,
to
когда он
labor
так нужен,
alone.
ёпта?
Let us review the actual timeline of the night of Ratchet's murder, not the one
Я сейчас вот задалась
manufactured to
таким
hide your
вопросом.
crime.
I left the train in Minkowski for a smoke. Then I resumed my post. That was the truth. The train departed on schedule. But then, of course, an avalanche of snow blocked the tracks. At 12:45, Madame Hubbard and I met in her compartment to discuss how to adapt our plan.
Due to the snow and Poirot.
The little play we had staged for you had to be rewritten. I left her compartment at approximately 1:15.
Then the curtain went up. Calls in the night, the red kimono, all for my benefit.
And all for nothing, as it turned out.
Do not blame yourself, Michel. I am the theater critic no playwright wants to see in the audience.
Вау, вы посмотрите на этого юного
You play
пианиста.
well. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you. Many years of piano lessons thanks to my mother. I try to play in a few clubs in Paris when I get the chance. But as you can see, it hasn't made me rich. What can I do for you?
Conversation only. Tell me about your time in Venice.
I had Monsieur Book's permission to see my sister. She lives in Marghera, just outside of Venice. She had a baby a few weeks ago. This was my first chance to meet my new nephew.
Monsieur Book gave you permission?
Yes, you can ask him.
Most assuredly, I will. What time did you leave and when did you return?
I left around 9:10 p.m. I was back by 10:45 p.m. When I got back, Hotaru was in a lot of pain. I gave him a back massage.
That would have been enough time to kill Monsieur Wadi and return to the train. May I see your knives?
Of course. They are here.
If you don't mind.
Help yourself. They are under the bar counter.
Tell me again about your poker game the night of the murder.
It's a regular game to help relax after a long day. Let's see, we started around 11 p.m. We took a short break in Minkowski. Hotaru, Pierre, and I. The game finished up around 2 a.m. We'd all had quite a bit to drink. Ah, yes. I left for about 10 minutes to refrigerate champagne for the next day. That must have been around 1 a.m.
1 a.m. Да ёптать.
None of these come close to the wounds on either body.
Оп. Чисто такой, знаете, этот... Господи, как этих называют-то? Глянь, он опять жрет! Кохве с пончиком с каким-то. С кексиком. Блёха. Блин, я забыла слово, прикиньте. Хотела так сказали, быстро и забыла.
Good evening, Monsieur Mori. May I have a moment of your time? I have a few questions to ask you.
Of course, as long as you don't mind if dinner is ruined.
I promise to be as brief as possible. What did you do while we were stopped in Venice?
With Freya's help, I loaded fresh produce for the next part of our journey. Then, you may not believe this, but my job requires a lot of physical labor. My back suffers. Fortunately, Jean has become quite adept at separating my vertebrae.
As you may know, I have
Во, как
solved the
вахтерша.
murder of Monsieur Ratchet.
Вспомнила.
That is a
Везде
shame.
типа проныкал, посмотрел.
The bastard sent my steak tartar back, telling John I was to burn it.
I will add it to the list of his crimes.
Подожди, так он
One
японец или
wound on
татарин?
Monsieur Ratchet's body was struck by a very sharp, thin-bladed knife. We haven't found it yet.
You think one of mine was used?
I'd like to have a look if you don't mind.
In that drawer.
Либо уснули, либо нет.
An impressive set of knives, but their blades are too wide to have been used for the crime.
Татарский японец.
Tell me about your poker game the night of the murder.
We started around 11 p.m. When John finished his shift. We played until around 2 a.m. From what I remember, it's a bit vague.
You played without a break.
Actually, we did break once for a smoke. John, Pierre, and I. When we stopped in Vinkovsky.
When was that?
Around midnight.
Saffron. It must be worth a small fortune.
Старейшина просил передать вам послание. На подарок.
Спасибо большое. Ой, спасибо. Я тут немного уже криво-косо сижу. Фух. А то этот Эркюль с меня все соки выпивает. Эй, не так кнопка. Ну. О боже. Сейчас, секунду, извините. Че? Софуаран. Супер, открыл холодос чисто на. Потом закроешь. Чё? Вау.
The box is secured by some sort of locking mechanism. The design is formed by 3 commas. What is the word in Japanese? Tamoe. And it's obviously
Да
missing.
нет, это Расенга или как он там? Вот это. Что там? Бякуган. Еще какая-то херня, я забыла. Ой, эти хуетачи, что там было? Не помню. Представляю. Опа. Это перо!
A black feather. That reminds me of something.
Чем старше, тем больше растаешь. Спасибо большое. Мне 86. Я уже там расцвела. Главное не переспеть. Главное не пересвести, чтобы не отпало ничего.
Good evening, Mademoiselle
Good
Nielsen.
evening.
May
О,
I talk to
Шаринган.
you for a moment?
А я Расенган
Of course,
сказала,
Mr.
да?
Poirot. I'm not
Вот,
going
а
to bed right
Шаринган
away.
был.
Can you tell me your movements while we were stopped in Venice?
That'll be easy. I didn't move much at all.
Let's see. I helped Hotaru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hotaru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent over an hour on the phone with the supplier without success. I had to change the dessert menu for tomorrow.
Dr. Constantine found a stab wound on Ratchet's body that was caused by a much thinner and sharper blade than the others.
Possibly a chef's knife?
My thought precisely.
And you'd like to see my knives?
If you wouldn't mind.
I would gladly show you if I had any, but I don't. I use the regular kitchen knives. You may search if you don't believe me.
I see.
All the knives the staff use are in the kitchen or in the lounge, except...
Except?
Hotaru prefers to use his own.
Monsieur Mori doesn't use the kitchen knives?
Not usually. I know he keeps a set of traditional Japanese knives in a box in his room. He doesn't let anyone else use them. Although now that I think of it, he has been using the kitchen knives lately.
Ага.
Can you tell me exactly about your poker game?
То-то вот вырисовывается картинка. Ой.
In Vinkovsky, we took a short break. Hotaru and Pierre went outside to smoke.
Мне кажется, что наш японский татарин
A few minutes past 1 a.m.
тот еще
10
жук.
a.m. maybe. He spent about 15 minutes in the bathroom, but he didn't want to quit on a losing streak.
Did his luck improve?
No, so we played to around 2 a.m. He lost every hand.
Сидите. Так, ну и где мне найти этот, вот этого, боже, сколько? Опа. О, усы! Ага! Golden mustache. Усы! Так, ну и где мне эту запятую найти? Точку тире, ёпти. Может быть, у него в заднем кармане? Вот это будет номер, конечно. Уже мне уже голова вот так вот. Вот так вот. Хорошо, что мухи-флиртовухи больше не летают, а то при них зевать опаснее. О, факт. Ты ёпта. Такой подумал, наверное, бляха, ты чё надо тебе, чёрт. Так, ну и чё? Так, а где? А, адрени, мадрени. А, ну давай бук сначала.
You told Fauché he could go into Venice?
Marghera, actually. Not so far away. It was his only chance to see his sister. He's been working every trade for weeks. There is never time to see the new baby.
Enough, Book. Your heart does you credit, but your common sense, it...
I know. But it's fine. Isn't it? He did come back.
Oh, it's fine, as you say. Unless he saw the baby, then killed someone else and returned to the train.
But that's monstrous.
Murder is always monstrous, my friend.
Все, короче, наказал. Словесно, морально задавил. Слушайте, а сколько квадратов один вот такой вагон? Вот что-то мне интересно стало. Ох! О! О! О, Господи. А что с ней?
Doctor, I need to question Countess Andrény.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Poirot. The Countess had an anxiety attack when we arrived in Venice. She was terrified the police would come for her and her husband, despite how you concluded your investigation. I had to give her a sedative. She has been sleeping since.
You have stayed with her all the time we were in Venice?
Count Andrani begged me to watch over her. I have not left this room.
Где-то стоит такой вагончик. Ну,
voted to absolve you
это
all.
интересно было бы.
I told her. I tried to reason with her.
Ну не
What she has
стырить.
already
Нет.
suffered, the strain of these last few days, it was too much.
I understand, Count. It's quite all right. I have the answers I came for. I've talked to everyone, but some elements of the testimonies do not seem to correspond. I need to recheck a few things.
Усы!
Another golden mustache to treasure.
Мусташ, би-би-би-би-би. Кто такая миссис Нильсон? Алиби членов. Ой, извините.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
О, Константинович, ты тут! Так, значит, Константинович, вопрос номер 1. Так, подожди, мне надо вернуться. Мне надо вернуться и показать тебе. Мне надо тебе показать. Значит, меня интересует вопрос. Меня интересует вопрос. Сколько квадратов вот этот вагон может быть? Ну, плюс-минус. Ну, либо вообще вагон поезда. Понятное дело, что там они разные, плюс-минус, вот. Но меня вот интересует. Сколько здесь квадратов может быть? Так, это первый вопрос. А второй вопрос, хотя я не знаю, ты в курсе они или нет, насчет второго вопроса. А второй вопрос. Вот когда поезд свой путь проходит, да, и он прибывает на конечную станцию, ну, я имею в виду пассажирский поезд дальнего следования, вот, белишечка, которая вот там вот простыночки, там наволочки и прочее, это все стирается где-то вне поезда или в самом поезде есть стиралка и сушилка? Просто завалил Константинович. Так, это очень важно. Это не шуточки вообще-то.
No, not good.
Да ёпта, какой not good? Да какого? Стирается в вагонном депо, который находится рядом с вокзалами и станциями. Ничего себе. Так, а вот сколько квадратов в этом вот таком одном вагоне, как я показала, ну плюс-минус, хотя, ну вот прям, это очень интересно. О, Константинович, а ты ездил на поездах дальнего следования? Да ёпта!
But I'm never far from the truth.
Ну хорошо, а вагоны бывшего СССР? Какие там габариты? Мне ж не надо прям точные эти, как его, скажи мне. Да ёпта! А, ну то есть машинистом ты не был, правильно? Да заколебала! Два элемента в свете персонала. Алиби на время... алиби.
I must admit I'm not right this
Да ты
time.
шарофлишь. Наверное, вот это и вот это.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
Я понял. 35-36 метров. Квадратных. Ну, это неплохо. Бляха, я сейчас с ума сойду. Мне уже голова не варит. Я так перевозбудилась от вагона.
I do not think that's the right answer.
Аллилуйя.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time.
Бляха, мне, если честно, эта подсказка вообще ничего не дала.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. Any of the three staff members had the opportunity to kill Ratchet when Monsieur Michel wasn't watching the hallway. That's the right answer.
Это было сложно. То есть чисто теоретически из вагона поезда можно сделать себе хату. Ну ты посмотри какой, вот смотри какой большой. Ну да, типа надо продумать планировку. Но ведь из автобусов, из автобусов вот этих трейлеров делают же дома на колесах. А это, прикинь, целый вагон! Вагон!
Remind me of what you did when the train stopped in Venice.
No problem. I helped Hotaru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hotaru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent over an hour on the phone with the supplier, without success. I had to change the dessert menu for tomorrow.
Mademoiselle, I believe you're hiding the truth from me.
What makes you say that?
Monsieur Maury was loading crates of food on the train.
Yes, I helped him. You can ask him yourself.
It's true. Monsieur Maury told me that Miss Nielsen did help him.
Так нет, ну, блин, ты говоришь за просто вагон, который никак не обустроен. А я говорю про вагон, который обустроить как жилое помещение, ну, адекватное, со всеми удобствами.
Michel saw Monsieur Mori carrying the crates of food alone. You weren't on the platform.
I did help Ataru.
The entire time? He carried so many crates, his back was sore.
Ah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, I'm guilty. I did leave him before we were finished. But I had to. There was no saffron he needed for a recipe. I volunteered to go into Venice and get him some. The Rialto market would be open late because of the carnival. He gave me money. I knew we weren't supposed to leave the train, but I only wanted to help. Mr. Mori can confirm this. Ask him. I saved dinner.
On behalf of my palate, I thank you. How long were you gone?
I left at 9:10 p.m. and was back with the saffron around 11. That's when I called my supplier for the items I was missing.
Miss Nielsen had almost 2 hours to buy the saffron, find a costume, kill Monsieur Wadi, elude Detective Locke, and make it back to the train for that phone call. Yes, it's possible that was enough time. Thank you, Mademoiselle Nielsen. That is all for now.
Sorry again, Mr. Poirot. I hope you enjoy tonight's dessert.
Ну а как тогда вот из контейнеров делают себе жилые помещения? Там же тоже, по сути, это металл, который там как-то что-то с ним делают, там антикоррозийной какой-то хиромантии отделывают, что-то там, короче. И на самом деле это такое, знаете, жилье чисто баловство, по сути. Вот. Как бы дом должен быть дом. Кирпич, камень, там, что угодно. Вот. А это все такое, чисто, знаете, эксперименты. Вот. Я не то нажала. Что мне надо? Что мне надо? Да как я их осмотрю-то? Нажить-то, как я смотрю-то? Что-то я не пойму, что это такое.
It's still locked. I need to move the parts on the side.
Я хз, так я делаю или нет?
It's still locked. I need to move the parts on the side.
Мне надо поднять вот эту крышечку. О. Угу. О. Я не могу понять, что мне надо сделать. Как это так получается, что здесь оно только что вылезло? Мэжик. А! О! Я не дева. А! Тьфу ты, блин, все. А я кручу-верчу.
Like a broken comma. It must be part of something else. An object.
Кабзда.
Colteria Venezia.
Все, кабзда, короче, этому товарищу. Ща мы ему скажем: слышь, ты чё?
I'm sorry, Monsieur Mori, but haven't you forgotten something? You haven't told me about the knives hidden in your room.
Ha! Yes, indeed. I forgot to tell you about those. They are my personal knives. I only use these knives. There are none better. I bought them all in Japan. No one is allowed to touch them except me.
I'm afraid you are better at sushi than lying.
What? What do you mean?
One of the knives has an inscription, Coltelleria Venezia. Did you happen to go shopping tonight, monsieur?
Damn you, Poirot. Very well. One of my sushi knives has been missing since the night of the murder. I thought you were going to believe I killed Ratchet. He routinely sent back my dishes to be ruined. Why does God give rich people the money to afford the best cuisine, but not the palate to appreciate it? I panicked. I know a very good store in Venice. I went to buy a knife to replace the one that had gone missing. So, I wouldn't
Нож.
I assure you that I had nothing to do with any murders.
I would have an easier time believing you, monsieur, if you put that knife down.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry.
What time did you leave on your little shopping trip?
I left around 9:30 p.m. I was back a little after 11. 11:15 p.m.
Time enough to stab Monsieur Wadi and return. Very well, Monsieur Mori. That's all for now. If I have another question...
I'll be right here, cooking.
Сейчас, секунду. Что там, Сириус? Ты уже гороскоп составляешь? Совместимости? Сейчас, секунду. В смысле, не такая хрустящая, как раньше. Ну, тут и на стримах тут отходишь, походу, не сидишь. Почему у них такой странный акцент? Наверное, потому что английский не их родной язык у большинства там. Во-во-во. Сейчас, секунду. Мандарины, да, сладкие. Сладкие, из-за этого быстро портятся, надо их съедать. Спасибо. Спасибо, Джон. Мне кажется, этот товарищ уже доску режет. Спасибо. Ой, блин, эти блестки. Мандаринку! Прилипли. Ёб твою мать, я вся в этих блестках. Говнище. Одиночка. Витая. Ой, чертильники.
I do not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right.
Боже, неужели у этого пупсика?
This is wrong. But I'm
В смысле? У нее так она ж лежала. А, надо несколько? А, несколько надо выбрать. Пардон.
That's the right answer.
Сынок, здорово. А где это? Детектив Лок. Фух.
What have you been doing, Poirot? I am completely in the dark.
Саша,
I
здравствуй,
will
спасибо.
shine some light on the situation, my friend. I have 3 new suspects who could have killed Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Fauché, and Monsieur Maury. They all had periods of time during both murders to commit the deed, and their alibis are weak. A visit to family, and not 1, but 2 shopping trips.
But all are my employees.
Alas, yes, my dear Book. But we have no proof against any of them. None of the 3 appears to have any motive whatsoever.
But this is a tragedy.
Do not give up hope. We will catch this murderer. There is still one place that may hold the evidence we need.
Geneva.
Exact.
Do not give up hope? Well, that's easy for you to say. But what if it's Freya? What becomes of dessert? If it's Sotaru, who will cook? Me? And the worst, if it's Jean, who will serve the drinks?
I've been checking up on the Banque du Lac. I had to confirm my identity for Interpol, so they contacted my captain at the Berkshire Police.
I suspect he was not pleased.
That my vacation was actually an unofficial investigation? I'll say.
I would be happy to speak to him on your behalf.
Thank you, but he'll get over it. It's a chance to close the books on the Armstrong kidnapping. He stopped yelling, asked for a report, then granted me an extra week.
Excellent. What did you learn from Interpol about the Banque du Lac?
It's had a bad reputation for over a century. Customers have included the mafia, Nazis, corporate swindlers of every description, even heads of state.
It is true, this. It is the worst kept secret in banking. They take advantage of the bank's strict policy of protecting the anonymity of its clients. This is in defiance of many laws from multiple countries, including Switzerland itself. Of course, I have never taken advantage of such a corrupt system.
That goes without saying, my friend.
There are ongoing investigations, subpoenas, court orders. The bank will eventually have to comply, or its assets may be seized. But until then, it still thrives, thanks to its wealthy and powerful clients.
It sounds perfect for the late Monsieur Ratchet. Do you have any ideas?
The serial numbers from some of the bills match those from the Armstrong kidnapping. We agreed in Venice that the bulk of the money must still be physically in the bank's vault.
I concur, Detective Locke. Exemplary work. So, our next task is clear. We need to get into Ratchet's safety deposit box.
There'll be codes,
passwords.
And Monsieur Wadi would, of course, have known them all. The bag of money he carried is proof of that.
We'll need to find information about Ratchet's box in Wadi's office at the bank.
Most assuredly,
Это
but
вообще...
remember the secrecy involved. I doubt his office will contain all we need. Where else must we dig? This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. There was nothing helpful in it. No, not good. Mr. Mac... That was easy.
Mr. Wadi couldn't keep all of his secrets at the bank. Hopefully we'll find something in his apartment. We already have his address thanks to his passport, and his keys we retrieved from his body.
The train stops in Lausanne at 8 a.m. But that's far from Geneva. I can delay the departure until 11 a.m. No later. The police are expecting us in Paris by the end of the afternoon at the latest. They won't tolerate any delay.
The bank doesn't open until 9. I can see only one way that gives us a chance to be on time. Let's take a taxi. I checked a map. It should take us less than an hour to get to Geneva from Lausanne, which leaves us just enough time to access that safety deposit box. We have no choice if we want to be back to the train by 11 a.m. The best thing is to separate. One of us searches his apartment, the other searches his office. To access the safety deposit box, we need to find the key, the box number, and the passcode.
Suppose you find all this. How do you plan to get into the vault?
We are going to use the bank's anonymity policy to our advantage.
And the quickest way is for you to impersonate Ratchet.
I would rather impersonate Jack the Ripper, but in the interest of justice, I will do it.
We need to find the account number.
Along with everything else.
I will say.
А давайте мы вот этого бука возьмем и за Рэчета это самое выдадим.
I run a train company. I don't rob banks.
Perfect. Let's recap the plan.
Омагарабл. Извините.
Think, Poirot.
Да в
That is
смысле?
not a good answer. My little gray cells did not let me down.
To sum up, we're going by taxi to Geneva. Then we'll split up. You're going to search Mr. Wadi's apartment. I'll search the office at the bank. When we have all the information we need, you pretend to be Ratchet, and we can finally find out what Ratchet is keeping hidden in his safety deposit box.
It sounds impossible.
Not for Detective Joanna Locke and Hercule Poirot.
Саша, и что из этого должны мы
We face our greatest challenge tomorrow. Together.
Ля, какой у него рок. Я, походу, знаю, что буду после стрима делать.
9 o'clock. Our driver did well. It took barely an hour to get here from Lausanne.
But we must conclude our business in 1 hour as well. Book can only hold the train until 11 o'clock.
1 hour to find the key of Ratchet's safety deposit box, the box number, and its passcode. A lot to ask.
Indeed. Which is why we must split our forces. I will take the cab to Mr.
Бляха, ну
Wadi's
ты
address.
дурак.
You must search his office.
I have you on speed dial. And thank you, Mr. Poirot.
For what, mademoiselle?
For trusting me.
Говорит, срать. Гениальный. Ой, боже, опять мы тогда эту тетку будем играть. Не хочу. Hello, motherfucker.
You there. I have an appointment with Mr. Wadi.
Let me check. I'm sorry, I don't see any appointments this morning at all. Mr. Wadi hasn't even arrived yet. Although he should be here by now.
Еще час.
Even though your customers are anonymous, considering the amount of money involved, you should still have a mention of a meeting.
Yes, I can't understand it. I'll be sure to ask Mr. Wadi when he arrives. In the meantime, you are more than welcome to wait in his office. I'll see you're not disturbed. Please follow me.
Follow me. Посмотрите, как она идет. Все как будто рассыпется. Как в фильме ходит, знаете, походочка, как у персонажей фильма «Смерти и к лицу». Ща, вот и все. Знаете, вот есть походка от бедра, а это от поясниц.
I can't understand where Mr. Wadi might be.
You're right. I don't have
Мистер
much
Вади
time at all.
все. Сейчас мы как вот это вот пооткрываем. Опа!
I'm taking a picture of it. I'll send it to Poirot. It might be useful to him. A souvenir Tower of Babel. Makes sense. We know that Mr. Wadi is from Iraq, and the ancient tower is said to have been built there.
О боже. Я понял.
Alice in Wonderland. Again. Mr. Wadi seems to have really liked this book.
Только мне теперь интересно, почему все те остальные книжки были на инглише подписаны, а это на русском. Загадка дыры! Двух, трое, три. 2, 3, 3, 4, 9, 6, 2. 2, 3, 3, 4, 9, 6, 2. 2, 3, 3, 4, 9, 6, 2. 2, 3, 3. 4, 9, 6, 2.
Locked.
2, 3, 3, 4, 9, 6, 2.
I need the password. Maybe Poirot can help me.
Зачем? Вот, 2, 3, 3, 4, 9, 6. Хер на не. Не хватает буквок или циферок.
It's closed.
И чё?
I managed to get into Wadi's office. I did a quick preliminary search. Everything is locked, including his computer. All I could find was a photo with a date on it. I just sent it to you. Maybe you can use it.
Thank you. That might help. I've just arrived at the apartment. I'll call you when I find something.
As quick as you can. I can't stay here long.
О, самокат, бери, поехали.
This is definitely not Monsieur Wadi's apartment. Ah, here we are. Let's see if the key I picked up in Monsieur Wadi's luggage in Venice will open his door.
Суй.
Great.
Так, а усы. О, усы! Ну я, представляете, я прям чувствовала.
A dart. A familiar projectile found in any pub in England.
Ёб твою мать. 3, 3. 9. Ёб твою мать. Я понял, типа сопоставить надо, короче. 2, 3, 3. Что там было? 2, 3, 3. 4.
The key to the password is close. I can feel it. That may be useful to Mademoiselle Locke or me. I'll take a photo.
Who are you? What are you doing in there?
I am Hercule Poirot. I am working with the police. You are Monsieur Wadi's neighbor?
Yes, next door. I heard a noise. I thought it was Mr. Wadi who had come home. I don't know him very well. A delivery man left a package for him with me.
You don't know your neighbor very well.
Yes, what of it?
How is it that Monsieur Wadi has a picture of you on his desk? There is quite a family resemblance. You wouldn't be his brother by any chance?
Why are you going through his things?
As I told you, I am working with the police.
All right, yes. I'm his brother, Mehdi Wadi. Do you know where he
Wadi.
lives?
I am very sorry, sir, but I have some terrible news for you. Your brother has been murdered. You have my sincere condolences.
Oh no. Aziz, my wife, my son, their hearts will break. Everything he did was for his family. He brought us here from Iraq to give my son a better future. We can't go back. You won't. You won't.
Do not fret, Monsieur Wadi. I do not want to cause trouble for you and your family. I am here to catch his murderer. When did you last see your brother?
2 days ago. He was on his way to Venice. It was not a journey he was looking forward to. I knew something was wrong, but he promised all would be well soon. My son will
Вы
be
почувствовали
heartbroken.
всю экспрессию?
Aziz made a point of reading to Fadi every night so he could learn English. We hope to legally emigrate there one day.
Your son, Fadi. What did Monsieur Wadi read to him?
His favorite book is Alice in Wonderland. The nonsense of it all. Why?
It is the answer to a question I had. I believe your brother was a good man, forced for some reason to keep secrets, and that got him killed.
Sir, there is something else. Aziz left me a letter to
Почувствовал
open if
всю
anything should
эспрессо,
happen to
кофе
him.
на себя
Could you
пролил.
show
Что,
it to me?
серьезно?
Yes.
Ужас.
I will get it.
Боже, вся в этих блестках. Меня в банке, он угрожал убить меня. Тьма, что писать мне наши законные действия, что это сделал. Он отправил анонимное письмо в полицию, скажи им про ячейку, номер счета, потому что не передаешь.
It all makes sense. It's horrific. But to Ratchet, it would be just business as usual. At least I have Ratchet's account number, 82664. Thank you for giving me this letter. Let me assure you, the man Ratchet cannot harm you. He was killed before your brother was.
Really? Who did it? The one you say hunted Ratchet?
Yes, without a doubt. I promise you I will find them.
Sir, we have no papers. The police...
Your secret is safe with me, monsieur.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, I must go to my wife and son. Tonight, I will read to Fadi from Alice in Wonderland, and we will remember my brother.
I need to notify Mademoiselle Locke that I have Ratchet's bank account number. This computer won't give up its secrets easily. A Swiss and Arabic keyboard. This could be the password to Monsieur Wadi's office computer. He must change it every month. It seems to have a logical sequence, but I need to find the one for December.
Ох, Эркюль, ты меня убиваешь просто. Падение дорога. Ты напиши, да, то я не хочу сидеть долго. А ну, тут в подсказках что? Вау, кек. Игра сжалилась чисто.
If that's the password to the computer in Monsieur Wadi's office, we still need to translate the Arabic characters. And there weren't any Arabic characters on the office computer's keyboard. We need to find out which keys these Arabic characters correspond to on a Swiss keyboard with its Latin characters like the one in Monsieur Wadi's office. That's the right answer. Staring at the clock won't help, Poirot. I think this belongs here. This keyboard should help me translate this code. Arabic is read from right to
Здравствуй.
left, so the password must surely be read that way too. With any luck, this will unlock the computer in Monsieur Wadi's office. Let me text it to Miss Locke. Et voilà. Ah, the peculiar habit some people have of displaying things on the door of their refrigerator. I've just sent a photo to you, in case it might help you.
Thank you.
I texted Ratchet's account number to you.
Wonderful.
Did you receive my text? This must be the password to Mr. Wadi's computer.
I have it. Thank you.
Чё там, R? Ой, бляха-муха. э И какой там? Вот, а как посмотреть его-то? Не, ну это классно, конечно. А как глянуть-то этот долбанный код? Ой, боже, еще вот это вот переключение между этими.
How are you doing?
I have little to report,
Как он рот открыл.
but keep looking.
Короче.
A bizarre endgame to be sure, but I suspect checkmate is possible for white in 3 moves. Let's see. I do not think that's the
Благо,
right
хотя бы мне не надо будет тут
I must
это.
admit I'm not right this time. Nice.
Выдумывать.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. No, not good. Great. No, not good. Great. My little gray cells did not let me down.
Бляха, а какой он там? 8, 3, 4, 9, 6, 2. 3, 4, 9.
Ratchet's password.
Да вообще такая лютая.
I'm right again.
Пароль от компьютера. E3F9 P1A5R. E3. Бляха, я уже забыла.
I believe I
Какой
have
пароль?
discovered Ratchet's safety deposit box passcode.
We're almost there.
Вон нормас. Е3. Сейчас как введем. Е3. Нахрен не записывать. F9. P1 А5Р. P1 А5Р. P1 P1 А5Р. Аллилуйя. Бляха, номер счета. 82664. 82.
The number of Ratchet's safety deposit box. At last. I should let Mr. Poirot know.
I was able to access Mr. Waddy's computer. I have Ratchet's safety deposit box number.
Excellent.
D5. Я так понял, теперь это игра про хакеров, ворующих деньги со счетов. Типа того. Я куда-то уезжаю. Так. Б. Что там было? Б. Вау! Ой, бля. А, чё? Не то. Кабзда просто. Просто душка. Номер счета, номер сейфа. Ну-ка. Нет, нифига. Это капста.
Mademoiselle Locke, how far along are you?
Still not very far, but I'm not giving up.
На фотке? Ну, как вариант.
Mr. Poirot?
I have little to...
Ай, бляха-муха. Или 7, 09, 20, 18.
Staring at the clock won't help, Poirot.
Нет, это не то. Семь, 9, 2. Может. Да, только тут не хватит. Точнее, бляха-муха. Цифр мало. На холодильнике, то там что-то другое висело. Вавилонская башня, вон. Ща, походу, надо этой звезде звонить.
Still not very.
Ну вот как это можно увеличить? Так. 2 кружка. А, ну все правильно.
A key. I wonder if it will fit the desk drawer. A key.
Ну и чё, карандаш. Ну он же там что-то написюкано на нем. И чё? О.
Those indentations are from the sheet of the notepad that was on top. This is great. All those mystery movies I watched as a kid. I know what to do.
Блин. У меня немножко не получился. Чё, ай-яй-яй, нормально все.
I'll send a picture of this to Poirot.
Ты хоть бы карандаш убрала.
I sent you a photo of doodles I found on a notepad. I hope it can help you.
I hope so as well.
И чё, и куда мне эти закорючки? И куда мне это? А, ну может быть раз, два, три. А ну-ка. Ха! А!
Looks like a safe key to me.
Видали, какая умная?
We finally found it. Make certain you have accomplished everything in here. We will not get a... Good news. I have found the key to Ratchet's safe.
Perfect. We're running out of time. Do we have everything?
I have the key to the safety deposit box.
I have the number of the box.
And we have the passcode. I'm on my way. Time to rob a bank.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't heard from Monsieur Waddy. You'll have to reschedule with him.
This is quite annoying. I'll have to reschedule.
Absolutely. I hope I have been of service.
You have no idea. That was fast. We do this as planned?
Yes, I am, Monsieur Ratchet. But with the bank's questionable policy, I do not expect anyone to ask.
Right. Absolute secrecy regarding their clients. The last Swiss bank of its kind.
Madame, I still haven't heard from Mr. Waddy.
Well, we'll have to make do without him, now that my friend is here. It's his box we want to access.
And the clock is ticking. I trust there is no problem.
No, no problem at all. May I have your safety deposit box number?
4346.
May I see your key? Do you know your passcode?
Yes. Mademoiselle will be able to accompany me? No names, of course.
Of course. I'll open the door. Go down the stairs. The guard will accompany you.
Ooh la la! Ой, боже.
Please leave your personal belongings in this bin and then go through the portal. I'll open it for you.
Какое прям сцена, когда поставлена вообще? Просто умопомрачительное что-то. Блять, как наша ячейка там?
At last, we reach our goal.
Now I will insert my key, if you allow.
Thank you.
I'll be by the door should you need any assistance.
At last.
I suspect the effort will be worth it. This collection of various personal items. Do you know what they are, Detective Locke?
I do, Mr. Poirot. God help me, I do. Souvenirs. The trophies serial killers take from their victims to remind them of their kills. Ratchet wasn't just a kidnapper.
No, indeed. He was a monster.
The one on the left. Ratchet.
Whoever he is with, their friendship seems over.
The build. The hair. It could be Noah, his partner in Daisy's kidnapping.
It appears they had a falling out. Another victim.
MC. The real journalist Michael Clark. Ratchet would have needed to kill him to assume his identity. He took this ring as his trophy. He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced. The rest of the Armstrong ransom money. The serial numbers match.
Another bracelet. Another victim.
Another trophy. And then there's the one that we already found, Suzanne's red glasses.
I wonder who this keychain belonged to.
Кисовозка!
Certainly not Ratchet.
О, боже.
Another trophy. A woman. We may never know her name. You were lucky, mademoiselle, when you met him at that cabin in the forest, alone.
How many victims do you think Ratchet had?
Too many.
Too many. Ой, бляха-муха. Too many, моя жопа засидели. Ой, жесть какая.
Diamonds.
A fortune. Crime does pay.
No, mademoiselle. This time it was the criminal who finally paid. For every soul Ratchet claimed, even more are suffering.
Кисовозка.
Another trophy. We may never know how many people he killed.
4 years of investigation. It's all over. I finally have the last piece of evidence that Ratchet was Daisy's kidnapper and murderer.
More than that, you have helped unmask a serial killer responsible for so many deaths.
But even with all this, we're no closer to solving Ratchet's murder.
On the contrary, mademoiselle, everything. It is coming together. Don't you agree, detective?
What?
The damaged photograph.
It could be Noah. You think Noah killed Ratchet for revenge?
The train.
What about the train?
I know how a killer could vanish without leaving a trace in the snow.
Wings?
Camouflage. The trophies.
Poirot, we have a train to catch.
Not just a train, Detective Locke. We have a murderer to catch.
Ох, этот Пуаро.
Poirot, enough! You have kept us in suspense ever since we left Lausanne.
Forgive me, my friend. Detective Locke and I needed the time to put the last pieces of the puzzle in their proper places.
I'll fill in where I can, but this is Mr. Poirot's show.
I confess I can't help, but I feel a certain déjà vu.
You are correct, Doctor. We have been here before. However, without you, we wouldn't have been able to reach the true conclusion of this story. My friends, your attention, please. I hope you have finished your dessert. You have every right to think the solution to the murder of Ratchet is a closed book. You are wrong. I, Poirot, admit that I was wrong. There is a final chapter.
What in bloody hell?
What does he mean? Perhaps if we are silent, Monsieur Poirot will explain.
Most of us naturally expect a journey by train to proceed in an orderly fashion from station to station. But this journey has gone off the rails. A comfortable journey, which should have been restful, turned out to be quite a challenge for my little grey cells. I beg your indulgence. I know it will be painful, but I must update you on the strange turn the Ratchet murder investigation has taken. I had two hypotheses, as you recall. A stranger boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then exited the train unobserved. That was the first possibility. The second solution gave us 12 jurors who condemned Ratchet to death for the kidnapping and murder of Daisy Armstrong. My friend, Book, properly chose the first solution for the authorities. However, thanks to Dr. Constantine here, a 13th stab wound was discovered, throwing that solution into disarray. Moreover, the words of a witness called into question the chronology of the night of the murder upon which the first two solutions were based. Detective Locke?
No, Mr. Hook's testimony confirmed that
А
the
я
murderer was still on the
бы
train to
поржала.
Venice. That's all.
Michael admitted to having been absent several times during the night. His absence, therefore, gave multiple opportunities for a 13th murderer to slip into Ratchet's room before the other 12 jurors lined up to stab him.
You are saying the man Ratchet was when we...
Yes, you executed a man who was already dead. But there were other suspects that night.
Other suspects? Who?
They stand before you. Mr. Fauché, Mr. Maury, and Ms. Nielsen. And they all also had a hole in their stories about their movements that night. Mr. Poirot?
Most of you don't know it, but there was a second murder in Venice.
Mein Gott, another murder.
The victim was a man
Another
named Aziz
murder.
Wadi,
Oh my
a
god.
banker
My
in Geneva
god.
who was on the payroll of Ratchet.
Ой,
He
Господи.
looked after the money Ratchet obtained
Ой,
from the Armstrong
я ща
ransom.
вымру, как
Ratchet
динозавр.
needed money and arranged to meet Mr. Wadi in Venice. One of these three knew about that money. Now, each of them had an alibi of a sort, but if any of their alibis was a lie, that person had time to murder Monsieur Wadi, Monsieur Fauché, Mademoiselle Nielsen, and Monsieur Maury. One of you murdered Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi.
Are you kidding? I pour drinks for our guests. I don't murder them.
It's nonsense.
You are accusing me because of my knives?
But why would one of my employees kill Ratchet?
The killer's motive for killing Ratchet was revenge. but not for Daisy's death. The motive for Aziz Wadi's murder was also revenge. Mr. Wadi was helping Ratchet.
Ratchet had an accomplice in the kidnapping named Noah. They kidnapped Daisy together. Ratchet stored the ransom money in a Swiss bank that protected anonymous clients. He forced Monsieur Wadi to watch over the money. Once enough time had passed, Ratchet felt it was safe to have Monsieur Wadi bring him cash whenever Ratchet needed it.
The serial numbers of the bills would still be in a file, but no one would be actively checking it.
Precisely. But Ratchet didn't just keep the ransom in his safety deposit box. There was something much worse. There was something much worse than Daisy's ransom money in that safety deposit box. During her investigation, Detective Locke found evidence proving that Ratchet was what is known as a trophy killer. He kept souvenirs of his crimes. We found trophies in the safety deposit box. There were others in a cabin Ratchet used in the Berkshire Mountains, including a beloved toy of little Daisy's.
If I'd have known that, I would have cut the bastard's head off.
Потрясающе. Поди узнай.
No, not good.
Ну, деньги и что?
I do not think that's the right
Ну,
answer.
фотку я угадала. Вау.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time.
Сил моих нет. Браслет.
Et voilà. The bracelet found in the safety deposit box was also on Noah's wrist in a photograph. It's obvious Ratchet killed Noah, and therefore, at last, I can tell you with absolute certainty who the murderer of Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi is.
Наверное, это девка. Вон у нее браслет, видите какой на руке?
Mademoiselle Nielsen has the same bracelet as the one found in the safety deposit box in Geneva. A trophy from a victim of Ratchet. Noah.
Having a similar bracelet doesn't prove anything.
Yes, that might be true. If there were not an inscription on it.
Mr. Poirot, you're right. The bracelet looks similar to mine, but I have no idea what the marks on it mean. I just like the design.
The marks are not random, mademoiselle. These are special bracelets. They are called Morse code bracelets. Because, well, you know why. The marks are Morse code. Happily, I learned Morse when I was a young man doing my service for the Belgian army.
Oh my god.
That's the right answer. On the bracelet found in Ratchet's safety deposit box was the name Freya in Morse code. Your first name. It belonged to your father, Noah. Noah Nielsen. Let's stop playing this little game, mademoiselle. What does yours say? Noah?
It says father. Ratchet. That bastard. He kept my father's bracelet as a trophy.
Thank you. I have to admit your timing for Ratchet's murder was perfect. Do you mind if I continue?
Would it matter? Go ahead. You've earned the right to crow.
I do not make bird sounds, mademoiselle. I take no pleasure in this. You drugged Ratchet's dessert to ensure he would be unconscious when you went to his room. You stole a knife from Monsieur Maury. If it was identified as the murder weapon, he would be accused. You knew Pierre Michel would leave the train for a smoke whenever it was stopped at the station. At Vinkovsky, you waited until he was on the station platform. Then, you carefully made your way along the first-class corridor to Ratchet's room. You entered Ratchet's room with the pass key, accessible to all employees in the crew quarters. You stabbed Ratchet at midnight.
But that knife, where is it?
Probably thrown out of Ratchet's window before the train left the station. A thorough search after the snow melts should turn it up.
My beautiful knife!
Then, you carefully returned to the crew quarters, replaced the passkey, and returned to your poker game. Et voilà. The affair was not so complicated in the end. But what made the crime seem more complex? Well...
It was us.
Exactly. The 12 jurors who proceeded to carry out their far more complicated plan literally in the dark without realizing that the man was already dead.
Speaking only for myself, of course, but I believe we would have invited you to join us.
Ms. Nielsen, you killed Ratchet because he killed your father. Your motive is crystal clear. But why did you kill Aziz Wadi?
It's because of Aziz that my father died. My father knew Aziz was the only one with access to Ratchet's safe, so he convinced Aziz to steal the money from the safety deposit box. But Aziz was too afraid of Ratchet. Instead, he betrayed my father by reporting him to Ratchet. Obviously, Ratchet then murdered my father. Aziz was just as guilty of my father's death as Ratchet.
Ratchet was the worst of humanity. But Monsieur Wadi, if you knew his story...
My father is dead because of him.
I will not debate the point with you, mademoiselle. He had done nothing to justify his death. I do not see any extenuating circumstances that should allow you to escape justice. You will be arrested at the Gare de Lyon when we arrive in Paris.
Judge and jury are you, Monsieur Poirot. And you get away with it. It must be nice. But think of this. I know what you did. What you all did.
She's right. She could turn us all in.
Relax. Hector, is it? Your secret is safe with me. I'm not going to jail. Farewell, Poirot. Enjoy your victory. Stop.
No, Freya, don't jump. You're going to die.
I've made my choice. We'll let fate decide.
No! She jumped off the train. Even if she hit the water, considering the height, I doubt she survived. And with this tunnel, either way, she's gone, Poirot.
Я в ахуе. Тетя взяла просто и джампнулась, представляете?
I still can't believe what happened. 13 people took revenge on the same person. This investigation is so incredible. It almost looks like a detective story.
It would surely be a bestseller. It is true that this case will remain as one of the most important investigations of my career.
My only regret will be that I couldn't bring Ratchet to justice, but I can finally close this chapter of my life.
Your determination paid off. You can be proud of yourself.
I think we'll be arriving in Paris soon.
If you will pardon me, Detective Locke, I have to settle a few details with Monsieur Book before we arrive.
Please, go ahead.
I still can't believe Freya was the killer. She never even cheated when we played poker.
She used too much sugar.
Nonsense! Her desserts were divine.
Unfortunately, her actions were not so divine.
There you are, my friend.
Book, I have a favor to ask.
Anything.
When we arrive in Paris, will you speak to the police? I would rather keep a low profile.
But why?
Book, my first solution was incorrect.
Nonsense. The nuttier the mystery became, the greater your brilliance.
Please.
Very well, if you insist.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your service. The cuisine. Under difficult conditions, you surpassed the reputation of the Orient Express.
That is true. I look forward to seeing you again abroad, Monsieur Poirot. I promise, not all of our trips are this eventful.
Princess Dragomirov would like a word with you, Monsieur Poirot. It is important. She is waiting for you in her compartment.
When a princess summons me, how can I refuse?
О, сейчас мы к этой бабулечке подойдем.
Ah, Mademoiselle Debenham et Captain Arbuthnot. Allow me to congratulate you on your upcoming nuptials.
I hope you won't be too disappointed if you're not invited.
Archie, really? Thanks to Mr. Poirot, there will actually be a wedding.
As you say, my darling. Sorry, old man, and thanks for everything, including finding my train ticket.
Count Andreny, how is the Countess?
Much better now that it's all over. I misjudged you, Poirot.
And I you.
There is something else about my wife you should know. Why I am so overprotective.
She is pregnant.
You are quite the detective.
Actually, Dr. Constantine told me. She admitted as much when he was attending to her.
If it's a girl, we're going to name her Daisy. If it's a boy,
Hercule,
he'll be stuck with Rudolph. It's a family tradition.
I wish you and all of your
Hercule. Так, чат, кто назовет сына своего Эркюлем? Ну, как бы, чтобы Эркюльчику было приятно. Так, это моя бет, моя рум. Ой. Опа.
My daughter, my great friend, and I wanted to talk to you one last time. I speak on behalf of the entire Armstrong family, as well as those close to us. You have shown compassion. We know your reputation, and we understand that your choice was not easy for you. We are all the more grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations, my dear. You managed to say the word thank you, although he did manage to put us through quite a lot.
You have given us all closure and some peace of mind.
You should know that I regret nothing. If this Freya Nielsen person had not been involved, I would have done it again.
Someone told me the Stalinists were frightened of you. I believe them.
The country of my birth breeds its share of brutes and bullies, but also some of the greatest intellectual and artistic minds the world has ever known. I pray that one day we will again be remembered for that.
I share your hope, Princess.
And of course, with the real murderer of that man out there somewhere, we are no longer guilty of much. Correct?
Princess, don't push your luck too far. If you'll excuse me, I have some packing to do. Ladies?
У вас девочка прекрасна, назову ее Эркюль. Я и по 8 часов стримила.
At the end of this investigation, I still have my doubts. Did I make the right choice with the 12 self-proclaimed jurors? Yes, it was the right thing to do. As for Mademoiselle Nielsen, what would I have done if she had not escaped? Is it justice to let the 12 go free but have Mademoiselle Nielsen arrested? A vast question indeed. Judges often take motive into consideration when deciding the sentence for a crime. You are not a judge. Your job is to establish the facts, which you have done. The case has been solved. Another already awaits you. It is the reason you were on this train. It is time. Time to move on.
Да ладно, ну подумаешь, блин. Моральную скотину там потыкали. Тем более он уже все. Того бы. Бляха! Идти опять! До свидания.
You will travel with us again, Monsieur Poirot.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Monsieur Poirot, I spoke with my associates. I convinced them to give you a deal on our new Firenze SUV. No need to thank me. It's the least I could do.
That is very generous, but no, I do not drive.
You don't? What? But it's electric. It's good for the planet.
I am good for the planet, as long as I don't drive.
Так, чат, кто безвреден, пока не сядет за руль?
I don't understand. He refused.
Ну это же престижный поезд. У них там везде дорожки эти.
Have you lost something? May I help you?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, you have done so much already.
What is it you have lost?
О, облачко, облачко, солнышко светит. Какая прекрасная погода.
But where do I get information on how to find an
Как же найти этот информационный стенд? О боже, я даже не знаю.
Oh, thank you, sir.
О, спасибо большое. Вы супер детектив.
I will miss this train.
Еще бы.
Hey, Poirot. Say, have you seen a scruffy little guy in a green trench coat?
I cannot say I have. Why?
He's my next case.
Another case? That was indeed fast.
The detective's gotta eat. You know what I mean.
I have some idea, yes.
Suspected embezzler, traveling east, and out on the Orient Express. Say, you wouldn't be interested in teaming up, would you? Some good money in it.
I have had enough of trains for a while, thank you.
Okay, suit yourself. Mr. Poirot, Mr. McQueen here thinks he may know an attorney in the Berkshires who might need a gentleman's gentleman.
He's old school English. I think the clock stopped for him in 1934.
I hope it works out for you, Monsieur Masterman. What about you, Monsieur McQueen?
Well, back to law school for me, following my father's footsteps. We can take the train to St. Pancras, then the Piccadilly line to Heathrow and check out some flights.
Might as well. We're already packed.
I wish you both bonne chance.
Ah, Poirot. Mission accomplished. I have reported to the police that Freya Nielsen killed Ratchet and that she escaped. They're issuing an international arrest warrant. There's a canal that runs alongside the tracks where she jumped from the train. But they say there's little chance she survived. The police have questioned all of the passengers and crew, so for now, they are free to leave.
I gave them the results of my preliminary autopsy, and they have the report from the Venetian authorities. They were arguing about jurisdiction when I left.
Thank you, Doctor. You have been of inestimable help.
A fascinating case. I'm pleased I could assist you.
Mr. Poirot, it seems our paths part here. It was an honor and a pleasure to work with you.
And I am with you, Detective Locke. The case would have been impossible without your tenacity and dedication to finding the truth. You also proved to be an able con artist.
Там не Пуаро определял, а этот доктор. О, да засоситесь уже.
I'll never forget you.
And I shall always treasure our collaboration.
Collaboration.
Well, that's that.
Collaboration.
Let's go to the Wagon Rouge restaurant. They make an excellent leg of lamb.
But it's only 5:34 p.m. Is food all you really think about, my friend?
I'm the one inviting you. You've deserved it.
Я мог бы за пупец пожмакать. Ну и шо бы. Говорит, что за голубятня? В смысле? Это...
They make a chocolate mousse that is so creamy. It must have a secret ingredient in it.
Провожающие, просьба выйти с вагона.
But it was sublime.
Ой. Билетики готовим, да? Билетики. Мы прошли! Ой, мать честная. Макроец, боже. Макроец участвовали, помню, в Сайберию, когда делали. О, кабзда. Фу. Это труба. Ребят, это капсдейшн.
Старейшина просил передать вам послание.
Да, спасибо.
На подарок.
Спасибо. Это повтор. Повторение, мать учения. Ауф. Фу, Мэтью, hello. Короче, ребятушки, я вас целую в пупочек. Всем спасибо, что были на стримчике. Время уже, знаете, сколько? Всем отбой, спать, храпеть, там, сопеть, выходные, вся фигня. Я надеюсь, что выходные у всех, кто сейчас сидит, смотрит до сих пор. Ой, трубейшн. Стрим будет сегодня, я думаю. Я надеюсь, что я проснусь. к этому времени. Вот. Так, да, копчик у меня тут все, копчик у меня вышел. Ой, ой, о, копчик, ох, ой, ребятушки, потягусечка прям вообще четко пошла. Ой, прям сейчас растягайчик надо сделать. Ой, растягайчик. Короче, сейчас, секунду. Сейчас, секунду, извините, у меня тут завернулось не туда, куда надо. Простите. Вот. Так, все, поправила, что надо. Короче, всем большое спасибо, кто был на стриме. Конечно, было интересно, боже. Это просто был увлекательнейший аттракцион. Можно было бы, конечно, 2 стрима по 3 часа разбить. Ну, кто ж знал. Но ничего, зато отстрелякались и все. И можно будет дальше что-то делать. Вот. Что еще? Кто не подписан, подписывайтесь. Там комментарии обязательно пишите. За больше 6 часов стрим вы обязаны комментарии оставить. Вот. Как говорится, целую вас в пупочек. Всем большое спасибо. Всем такой до сегодня. Анонс скину позже. Все, всем спать. Отбой. Все, давайте. Всем пока. Спокойной ночи. Стойте! Не убегайте! Еще не все! Еще не все! Игра не кончилась! Ёб твою мать! Лондон.
Dear Poirot, I didn't really have time to say goodbye when we parted. I thought I had beaten the greatest detective in the world, but you unmasked me. I still had my revenge, though. I even managed to help myself to a small amount of cash from Waddy's bag before you interrupted me in Venice. It will be enough to settle somewhere in a quiet little town where I will create delicacies for appreciative clients. You won't hear from me again, nor will Book get any more of my recipes. Oh, and one last thing. You may not think so, but I truly believe Ratchet and Waddy got their just desserts. Regards, F.
You, mademoiselle, are entirely too pleased with yourself. You give clues no one could follow, unless they are...
Как думаете, на этом все, игра закончилась? Все. Вот так вот, покеда. Теперь мы кончили. Закончили. Точно. Все. Фу. Ой, господи. Все. Спокойной ночи.